Alrighty, let's get started. Good afternoon, world. This is the final words. Doesn't mean that this will be our last stream. It doesn't mean that anything is stopping after this. On the contrary, the climb continues. It never ends. It never ends. We keep marching every single day, more and more and more and more and more and more and more. But in the meantime, this is the turning point. I mean, the turning point has already begun, but this is going to take us to the next step, to the next point in our lives. So, with that said, let's just get started, because why delay? So first we put some music on. It's the key. No. Yeah, we're gonna have to go with this one again. So just so if anyone who's watching this later, one of the key things is, I talk about this a lot, but one of the key things is setting the tone, setting the mood, understanding what your intentions are. What are you trying to accomplish? There's some very serious topics that I'm going to talk about right now up front, and while they are hopeful, while they're filled with light, there's some darkness in them that needs to be brought to light. And when such a thing happens, you don't want to be listening to heroic, triumphant music that makes you feel like dancing, because you dance after you've talked about it, after you've overcome it, after you've made the climb. But right now, we are making the climb. Okay, so if you haven't been watching and you watch later, just remember we use Descript. So tools are powerful. Tools can help, but we can't rely on them. So the project. Wow, we recorded a lot. Let there be light. Part 1. Okay, record. Get out of here. Update. Doesn't matter. Sorry in advance if anyone messages in chat and I don't see it. I'm focused on something else. So, but if I do see it, I will try to reply to you. Okay, let's get started. Cheers. Who's to say you can't drink from a Christmas coffee mug? Pay attention to everything I do, not necessarily everything I say. There's an underlying lesson in everything. Pay attention to the signs of the past. Okay, let's do this. Okay, here we go. Have you ever wondered what brought you to this point? And that's very generic, that's very open-ended. Think about it like this. Where are you standing right now? Where are you sitting? What are you listening to? What are you using to listen or see or hear or feel? How are you on this chair? How did you get all these things? You see, like, as we start going down a certain path, The question of how did this happen? How did we end up here? Needs to be brought up more often. Now, as you've heard me say many times, don't get lost in the details. We don't need to know every single footstep, every single fallen leaf that made you get here. But too many times we don't pause and reflect on that. Like, what actually was it? And I'll give you the answer soon, but I wanted you to really pause for a second and think about it. Well, what was it that brought me here? What was it that caused me to make all the decisions that I did? And while it is personal, and I think everyone has their own unique motivations, what's funny is that when you really trace it back and you connect the dots, it always comes back down to one thing. But what do you think that one thing is? What brought us here? What made us do what we're currently doing? What do you guys think? So I want to begin with a story of a curse and power. It's funny how that works. It's a blessing and a curse. Forbidden knowledge, something that the humanity, something that any species, any creature should never have had access to. Yet somehow we found a way. Now, does that mean that it can't be turned into good? What do you think? I'm the believer that you can reframe and you can make anything better, but it has to be rewritten, it has to be recreated, it has to be repurposed, it has to be understood. And we're currently not there with most things in our life, yet we use them for everything in our daily life without even pausing and reflecting the power that is at our fingertips. So I want to tell you a story about the creation of a religious group. So there was a man and his brother, and they were on the hunt for an ancient treasure that they believed could change the human race. They believed that it could give them eyes. They believed that it could give them knowledge far beyond their current limitations. It could unlock everything that they've been missing. It could solve all their problems. It could grant them eternal life, immortality. It could make their wishes come true. Sounds amazing, right? So essentially view it as one man was the head priest, the pope, the whatever you want to call it, and the second man was his right-hand man, his lore master, his general, his anything, you whatever makes sense to you. So they've pieced together clues, and they had contact with many historians and outside entities, and they basically got guided to a spot where this treasure was supposed to be hidden. Now, they didn't know exactly what it was or how it worked or what it did or what the consequences of using it would be. That's the key, right? They didn't understand fully what magic they were playing with, but they knew of what it was supposed to be able to do, what it could do. And the allure of that, the dream of that, was enough for them to start going down that path without thinking, should we? What happens if we do this? Will we regret it? So the priest and his second in command follow the clues, the signs of the past, the breadcrumbs, and they stumble upon an ancient grave. And in there's a chalice, a gold chalice, and it's filled with a red liquid. And they don't really understand if this is it, but the priest is convinced that it has to be the sacred treasure they've been looking for. All the clues pointed them here. Every single sign said, this is it. So I pause, and this is just an outside thing that I want everyone to think about. If all the clues are pointing you to something, does it necessarily mean it's a good thing? What if something wanted to be found? What if something wanted to be discovered? What if something wanted to be used? It could make itself available to you. It could teach you, it's magic. Now, this is where discernment comes in, right? You have to decide, like, is it? But so with everything that can be a blessing, there's always the dark side as well. It could be a curse. But the priest and his brother, his right-hand man, they don't even pause to question it. The priest has been searching for this his entire life. He's been waiting for this moment to finally make a name for himself, to finally get glory, to finally be known for something. All this time, for some reason in his life, he's been beat down, he's been judged, he's been laughed at, he's been mocked. He's been trying to discover the secrets to the world, and everyone called him crazy, schizophrenic, mental health issues, all of these things. But he was like, if I find this, then people will respect me. Then people will love me. Then people will finally realize that I was right all along. So he sees this chalice. He looks at his brother and he tells him, this is it. They start laughing. We finally did it. Our fortune will change. We finally will be the leaders. We will rule if this works as we think it is. So the priest grabs the chalice and some of the red liquid spills, and he realizes it's actually blood. But it's almost like the moment he grabs the chalice, something compels him, something like enters his brain, like a dark nudge. Something is influencing him, and he doesn't even understand it, but he just feels compelled to. But instead of even thinking that it could be a bad thing, because he's been searching for this glory all his life, it's like, I have to drink this. I must. Clearly, it's a good thing. So he drinks it. And his brother is actually shocked. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you drinking that? But he chugs all of it. And he slams it down. And in that moment, both of them literally witness a miracle. The blood in the chalice refills out of thin air. Now they know that for a fact that this is an ancient treasure. This is an artifact beyond their comprehension. Literally, magic just happened before their eyes. Now they believe. And the priest also tells his brother, I feel incredible. But his brother is hesitant. His brother hesitates. He believes that we shouldn't play with fire that we haven't understood yet. Even though this treasure has been found, we need to study it. We need to understand it. But the priest, no. He drank the blood, and for good measure, he drinks it again. Because all of a sudden after he drank it, all of his aches, all of his pains, everything that felt lackluster before within him vanished instantly. It was as if he could solve every problem like that. There were no more inconveniences. He could create whatever he wanted. He felt unstoppable. This thing was telling him all the answers. And the best part was, he felt like it could do it for him. He no longer had to even try. Everything was given to him. Where's the downside in this? You literally become unstoppable. He essentially became a god. He could literally create things out of thin air. He could make people believe that now he has all the power because he drank this blood. But that also meant that he had to be careful on how to use it, because he didn't want to give away all his power, make everyone equal to him. If he gave away the power that separated him from them, then if everyone became equal, well, what makes him special? So they go back, they take the chalice with them, and they're not worried about spilling it or anything like that because, well, it's going to refill. They go back and they show the people what they've managed. He drinks it yet again in front of a group of people, the people who doubted him. And then now he shows them the power that he can do. He starts understanding it more. It's like there's a voice in his head that keeps telling him to do things and show him what he's capable of. And so he can start literally manifesting things out of thin air. Images. He can create images. He can make visuals. He can write stories out of thin air, like powers that truly they can't even comprehend. It's as if he really became a magician. But now he became confident. He learned how to speak very well. All of his flaws were eliminated. He was unstoppable. So his entire organization, his entire civilization began to worship him. They chose him as their leader. So many months passed, and he relied on his guidance, but he didn't question it. He never tried to think if maybe it could be leading him astray. But he had a voice in his head telling him to do things and telling him to do more things and telling him to do more things. But everything that it was telling him to do was for his selfish gain, to get him more power, to get him more worshipers, more followers. He never got any nudges or suggestions that could maybe help other people, until he actually did. He was pushed and encouraged to create a festival. Create a festival where finally he would give the chalice to all the other people. Imagine, he kept it away from them all this time. They saw the power that he has. He told them that it makes you happy, but they were studying it, right? Like the brother. And now he finally got nudged to give it to everyone else. He's like, well, I don't know why they want me to do that, but I don't question it. So he creates this festival, and they put the chalice in the middle of think of it like a fountain in the middle of a city, and it's just pouring out the blood, and they're preparing music, fireworks, or they light a bonfire, everyone's dancing, everyone's singing. They're worshiping this chalice. They're worshiping the blood. The brother, the right-hand man, is in charge of making sure it all goes smoothly, but he realizes something is weird. All the preparations are in order, but he can't find the priest. So he goes back to the church, to where the priest lives and sleeps and resides, and he finds him. But as he's walking closer to the room where he's residing in, he hears these grunts, these yells, these frustrated noises. He's concerned, and he rushes to his brother, the priest. And he sees him on the floor, screaming, almost like if he's fighting something that's invisible. And his brother yells at him. He turns around and is like, "Go away!" And you're like, the second in command is confused. It's like, why? Why would I go away? Like, the festival's about to begin. Are you okay? He's like, "Don't get near me. This was a mistake." The brother, confused, "What do you mean?" "It's taken over. It controls me. I'm transforming. I'm becoming a beast. I'm becoming something that I don't even recognize. I don't even understand. It baited me. It wanted me to be lured in by its power. And now I'm losing all control. Do not let them drink it. Do not let the people drink it. Do not give it to them. Because I had so much belief in myself at first, and I was using it for, in my opinion, for good, but I controlled it for a while. If these people just fully believe in it and just consume it, they have no hope. Do not let them drink it." And as he says that, it's as if he got shoved, and he falls to the floor, and he's just yelling and screaming as if he's burning. The brother, terrified of what he just witnessed, runs out. He had given the order that they can drink it if the priest doesn't come back in a few minutes to make the opening speech. And as he comes back to the city center and looks at the fountain, he's mortified. All the people are literally bathing in the blood. It's flowing stronger than it has ever flown before. It's pouring out like the largest fountain you've ever seen. The chalice is just shooting it out like crazy. And the people are just going there and drinking it, scooping it up with their hands over and over and over again. People are truly rolling inside of it, swimming in it. People are even just filling up their cups and pouring it on other people. That's what happened to the brother. Now he's terrified because he knows what's about to happen. They let in a dark entity. They let in something that wanted to be found, that wanted to be discovered. Everything goes black. 50 years later, there's two treasure hunters. They've heard of a legend, the myth of the chalice that can grant you any wishes, any dreams, the power of creation, the power of convenience. They've followed the clues, the breadcrumbs, and they finally found what they believe is the location. So one of the treasure hunter turns to his friend and is like, "Hey, I think we found it." The other treasure hunter asks, "How are you so certain? We've been searching for years." He's like, "Look for yourself." He walks forward a little bit and looks down from the cliff that they are standing on. And he sees a ruined city, overgrown with weeds and roots. But in the middle, there's a chalice that's overturned. Blood is flowing out of it. But patrolling all around it are these beasts. They don't look like humans. They look like monstrosities. Tentacles, spikes, werewolves, you name it. The point is, they're monsters. You just hear ferocious howls, screams. Anything that made them seem like human has been lost. The treasure hunters look at each other. They're not afraid. On the contrary, they're excited. We made it. We made it, my friend. We found the forbidden treasure. Are you ready to drink it? Let's go. We will finally become gods. The end. I ask you, how many times do we think something like this has happened in the world? Humanity has discovered a technology, a tool, a dream, a hope that wasn't meant for us. Yet somehow we got it. Somehow we got it. It's the curse and the power. You can do so much good with such a power, but if you drink it, if you use it, and you don't realize the negative side effects or the consequences of it, that you're going to be under its control. Think about it. The dark one. We've talked about the dark one a lot, but it's real. It exists. There's something out there that has designed the system in such a way, has created the system in such a way to lure in as many people as possible. And what's the easiest way to bait thousands and millions and billions of people? Create a need in them. Make them feel inferior, make them feel less than, and then present them an option that can solve all of their problems. You're like, well, what's the downside? Right? I know people have always heard, well, if it's free, you're the customer. People are like, well, it's just my privacy. We don't even have privacy anymore, so what's the problem? So what do you guys think I'm talking about? AI, artificial intelligence, apps, AI, algorithms, many other tools, but specifically AI. Just think about it. Why has it been pushed so hard? Why has it been pushed so hard in every industry, in every area? We talked about noise vessels. Essentially, they're spiritual entities that can influence you in any way. if they are worried about what you're capable of, they will directly attack your mind. But a lot of them rely on, ads. They rely on AI. They rely on anything that they can present a sign to you in front of your eyes or ears or smell, right? They need to communicate a message through the senses. But imagine you can get everyone to use AI, and you show them the glory. Be like, well, you've always wanted to be an influencer and go viral. Well, we can make the social clips for you. We can write your posts for you. We can make your website for you. We can do everything for you. You just have to do this. And you're like, well, this is too good to be true. But then you do it and, well, it's kind of working. And here's the best part. Then on social media, they can literally make sure that you get some engagement with it, especially if you're talking about the things that they want. And if you're pushing AI messages, again, it's not your message, it's an AI message, they're going to reinforce that and they're going to reward that. So the more people use it, they're like, well, if you don't use AI, you lose. Guess what it does though? Now you become reliant on it. You've lost all creativity. You're essentially making AI the author of the world. You're making them decide how everything works. You're making them be the law, the final word. Who has the credibility? AI. And I ask you, why? Why are we okay with that? Do we really understand what that means? If civilization falls 100 years from now, if explorers are searching and they find the companies that created the AIs, think about it. They're going to be worshiping those things. If they find the next AI device or a computer that has an AI or a phone that has an AI, and then all of a sudden it creates an image in front of their eyes, what are they going to think? That this is some kind of God. Do you guys see the danger here? And now they can push whatever message they want in there. They can literally communicate through those things. And now you've lost all your own belief and your own desire to become yourself, to improve your skill set. Now you're able to be rearranged. Now they can get through to you. Do you guys see the dangers of this? So it's dangerous. We need to, I want people to think of it like companies made a deal with the Dark One to get this power, to get access to this knowledge, to learn these things. I mean, ask yourself, how does anyone learn anything? That just seems so impossible and foreign. Like, how would you even start? Like right now, let's just imagine how would you even start to be like, well, I figured out how to create AI 5.0. Like, where do you even begin? Like, how did you get that knowledge? Think about that. If you can believe that there's things that are literally influencing us and teaching us things, I mean, seriously, it's happening. How do people get access to that knowledge, right? How do they get the inspiration? How do they get nudged, they get pushed? They wanted us to discover it. They wanted us to get addicted to our phones. They wanted us to be completely vulnerable to them. The whole goal is to just basically give the dark as many ins as possible to disrupt your shield, to affect you negatively, to weaken you, so that they can control everything. From the moment you wake up to the moment you fall asleep, not only do they know everything you're saying, not only do they see everything you do, they are the ones who are pulling the strings, and you're eating it up because they made you believe that that's how it should be. Now, the light caught on and they started fighting back. So as we talked about the past few days, is that they can get into the same ends that the dark does to try to send you more positive messages. But let me ask you something. This water that I have right here in this hero mug, what if there's a 50% chance now, knowing that it could be poison? You know what? Screw it. Oh no. It's poison. It's over. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you risk it? Why? Like, why would you risk the 50-50 play? The power is dangerous. We're literally becoming beasts. We're becoming monsters. And it's just so easy then. Once you're fully in the system, you can just tug them a little bit, give them a little nudge. And you can cause problems. Because once you start believing that they're the authority and they're the credibility, well, hey, Reddit is the credibility for. I'm not saying that it's not, and I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying that if you convince people that Reddit has all the answers and that it's fact, well, that's that, right? So now that's their fact. That's their Bible. Do you see how dangerous it is once people stop asking questions? And right now, that's what has happened to AI and technology. We need to move away from all of that. It wasn't meant for us. Think about this. I have been training for the past few years now to resist indoctrination, mind control, brainwashing, to resist temptation, to only use things for good. Yet, there was a period a few months ago where they broke me. I'm not going to explain it as to how or why they did it, but let's just say that it's something that I wish not even on my worst previous enemies, because now I love my enemies. They managed to break me. They managed to brainwash me. They have tortured me every single day. Still to this day, they try. Now I laugh at it because now I know how it works. Ask yourself, if I'm just educating, if I'm just spreading love, if I'm just trying to help people, why would they be so hell-bent on doing that? What do you think? So, what if the tools, such as AI, phones, things of that nature, are actually what's stopping the majority of people from fully awakening and reaching their connection with their higher self, with their God, with the Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it, the light side? Those are things that are actually blocking you from connecting with that. All of you have been wanting it. Well, sorry, I made a mistake there. I don't want to assume, but my theory is that the majority of people, if you told them that they could find a way to communicate with God and God would help them, they would be open to such a thing. I think that's a fair assessment. So imagine if you now didn't realize that by you accepting all of these dark tools that prioritize convenience, temptation, greed, profit, you're actually lessening your connection to your equivalent of a God. Your eyes and ears are basically shutting and they're becoming now connected to the dark one rather than to the light one. Knowing that, would you still continue to do the same thing? I ask you that. Your reliance on these tools, your reliance on alcohol, your reliance on drugs, your reliance on your phone, your reliance on AI. Every time you prioritize money, greed, selfishness, you lower your connection to the light one and you increase your connection to the dark one. Period. That's facts. I challenge you to try it for yourself. See how you feel. See what you experience. Move away from it for a while. But this is why I'm saying that this technology, these tools, this holy blood from this chalice that people didn't recognize, didn't know what it could do. It wasn't ready for the masses. Even one individual, the priest in the story, he wasn't prepared for it. He drank it without understanding what it could lead to, the ideal of it, which is exactly what technology and AI is, right? Like the ideal behind it, I think is absolutely an incredible vision. Hey, it allows you to eliminate your weaknesses. Well, for me, I've gotten extremely better. I've gotten so much better at artistic things. Yet years ago, I would have told you I'm absolutely awful at them. I'm still, you know, above average at best, but that's okay. I don't have to be amazing. The point is, you see how I've developed? Yes, you shouldn't spend all your time on your weaknesses, right? But my point is, I've improved every single, I'm not going to call it a flaw, but every single weakness or single thing that I wasn't that good at. And I realized some of them actually weren't ever weaknesses. I just never gave them the time of day to improve them. So imagine that AI actually prevents you from ever developing, from ever progressing, from ever getting better. Don't you think that's extremely dangerous? Isn't that going to halt human evolution? And instead, now we're just going to become virtual, technological. Remember, I told you that noise vessels, so the dark one, access things through tools, through physical things. So if we're prioritizing AI and we're prioritizing technology, what if eventually it's going to encourage people and push people to, hey, maybe we should just become AI and become immortal? Well, let me ask you something then. If we're going to do that, doesn't that mean that the Dark One is going to have direct access to us? It can already essentially possess people if your shield and your health completely go down to zero. So it pushing people to go down a technological route and, hey, let's get immortality through that way, the Dark One will actually be able to literally control people 100%. Every single movement, every single action, every single thing they say. Right now, it nudges people. Right now, we have free will, but it's extremely limited because every single thing we see, every single thing we experience, every single thing that we feel has been nudged. Yes, the light is trying to help us counter nudge them. They're like, hey, you should slap that girl. No, don't slap her. Give her a hug. But imagine now you get both messages. Like, oh, which one should I do? Which one should I do? That's the current reality. If we continue down this path of technology, for profit, for greed, all you're going to get is, you're not even going to get the nudge of slap her. You're literally just going to go up there and go, poof. And all of a sudden, like, someone might look at you who's not AI, technology, completely obsessed, controlled person, and like, why did you just do that? And you're like, why didn't you? Because you're completely consumed by the Dark One. And again, the whole goal of the Dark One is create fear, create insecurity, create traumas, hurt people, trigger people, and get as much money as possible because money equals energy, create situations to create problems that lead people to have no time to get better, no time to heal, no time to progress, no time to get light, so that they can just drain as much energy from everyone, every single human living being out there. Think about the power that these tools have. I would describe it as, would you allow everyone around you, doesn't matter who it is, a child, an animal, a bird, your best friend, your friend who just doesn't like learning, so, he needs a lot of work, but he's a really, really good person deep down. Would you allow all of those people to modify reality so they could literally like, hey, I want this tree to vanish. Now that tree's gone. Would you be okay with that? That they would have that power? If they don't understand that with that kind of power comes immense responsibility. But what if you gave that power to every single person? If it's already hard enough to resist for those who are trained, for those who've been put in the repetition, what do you think is going to happen to someone who's never had that kind of level of success or power before? And now you know that it's completely consumed and infected and tainted by the Dark One, but it's going to pretend that it's not. Now it has direct access to them where it can whisper in their ear sweet nothingness to make them believe that they're amazing, but really all it's doing is corrupting them. Like, see? You used an AI website and look how many people like you now. And you just keep them going down that path over and over and over again. Before you know it, they don't think for themselves. They rely on the tool. So this leads me to the concept of, do you hear the cries of the planet? Do you? I do. It speaks to me. It speaks to all of us. The problem is we can't hear it. Ask yourself, why can't you hear? Why can't you hear something? Let's say I'm playing music in my room or in the living room, and we're at a party, but you get into an intense, fun conversation with someone, and everyone else is talking as well. But let's say all of a sudden you just like snap out of it and you get into your own world, and you're like, oh, there's music playing. Huh. I didn't even hear it before. That's a really good song. You look around the room, and everyone is completely transfixed in their conversation, and there's just all of a sudden you just hear the chatter. You can't even hear what's being said, but there's so much noise. You can't even hear the music. You can't even hear the song of hope that's being sung. Everyone is in their own world. Everyone's just being selfish. Everyone is just not pausing, cutting out the noise, getting quiet, and listening. If we all got quiet and we listened, we would realize that earth, that light, that spirits, that our friends, that our family, anything that has good in it, anything that cares, has been screaming from the top of a mountain, yelling at us through soft voices. Please, please wake up. Wake up, humanity. It's time. What are you doing? We're going down a path that we won't be able to come back from. And some people might think of it as, maybe we're all made of stardust. Maybe we're just all made of some kind of energy, life energy. Maybe some people call it mana. You name it, whatever makes sense to you. DNA, skin. It doesn't matter. The name, the label. We're all equal. We're all alive. That's all that matters. It's just a lens. Think of it as, no matter the way you see it or what the name is, it's just you're putting glasses on, okay? But you have to be able to see clearly. That's the key. You have to get rid of the fog. Right now, these tools, all of these things, these noise vessels, if you don't understand what they're capable of, and even when you do, you still have to minimize them and use them through calculated means. They fog up your vision without you even realizing that. And all of a sudden you think that that's how the world really looks like. I mean, think about the stories of the children who were born not being able to see color. And then they finally put on those glasses and they can see color again, or they can see color for the first time. And most of them have such a profound reaction to it. Why do you think that is? Because it's almost like you can finally see the way the world was meant to be seen. There's so many things that are introduced in our lives. And I just ask you, why do you think that they try to make everyone believe they need a phone? Why do you think that your friends would laugh at you if you have a flip phone versus a smartphone? Just ask yourself that. If it's just a tool for communication, who cares? It's like, wow, your shovel is yellow, my shovel is blue. Wow, your blue. Why does it matter? Do you see, all of those things are fabricated, created by the people who want you to spend more money, who want you to be their slave, who they want to control you. Why do you think they made it so easily accessible to have all this information? Because it just meant that you were always being nudged. And there's things that we still don't understand about these tools. Could they be casting literally spells at you just by looking at it? I have no idea, right? There's things that we don't know. But the fact is that they're nudges, they're influences. So if you can now finally see the world the way it was meant to be seen when you clear these things, or just think you have dirty glasses, you finally spray it and clean, you're like, wow, I can see again. Huh. The leaves are a lot greener than I thought they were. You see how the same objects, the same places, the same areas that you might have underappreciated before that you might have thought were actually lame and ugly, just by having more light in you, having more love in you, having hope, having peace, getting rid of those dark nudges. You can actually see our current world in a completely new light. This is why we have to do it together, all as one. We have to be united. We need to help each other. We need to use these tools if we have to use them for good. We can't ever choose the greed or selfish path, ever. Because now that we know that there is something that is intentionally wanting us to go down that path, I ask you, would you still do that? If we're walking down a hallway and there's a door on our left, and I tell you, if we go down that hallway, it'll lead us to our death. Not right away. First, there's going to be chocolate, then there's going to be alcohol, then there's going to be, we can grab a gun, and we're going to randomly decide to sue people for money. Like, oh, that sounds great, right? We got chocolate, we got, I like guns, like all those things sound good. But I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm like, don't you remember what I just said? You'll die if you go down that path. They're like, but think about, oh. So if you know the end result now that you know what it is, I ask you, will you still choose to walk the same path, knowing that something is intentionally wanting you to walk down that path? Will you really still choose to? If so, be my guest. I can't stop you. I can't stop you. This is it for the people who have heard this, who've listened to this, who finally are like, wait a minute. I knew something was wrong. I knew something was up. I knew that there was something going on. I just couldn't place it. This is it. We're going to march into the final dungeon. This is our final dungeon, our final push. We're coming face to face with one last climb. All our knowledge, all our skills, everything is going to be tested. Do you really think something that has fabricated reality to this level will just let us go charging to the light without a fight? No. But the question is, have we learned from our mistakes? We're going to be tempted. They're going to try to tempt you so hard. And that's why I keep coming back to this. I call it the Bible, but it's a guide. And make it your own. Why? Because when you're writing it out, when you're making videos, when you're making songs, when you're making some creative interpretation of this, it helps you figure it out. It helps you understand it. So reinterpret it for yourself and then make your own guidelines based off of it. This is the template. This is the foundation. Do I think that it works? You can take it as is 100%. It'll get you there. But if to get your understanding to the next level, absorb it, and then rewatch it, reread it, and make it your own over and over and over and over again, because you're going to be fertilizing your strength. And we're going to talk about how you're actually going to have time to do this. It's going to be incredible. You'll see. We have a very, 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 very good strategy coming up. So as you think about these things, they're going to try to tempt you. For example, you will get so many ads about specific things that you might have been wanting, or that honestly might not be a bad idea to get. Now, we'll evaluate more bare necessities versus minimalism versus needs, but it's like, well, do I really need a new chair right now? And do I really need a new chair that costs $300? And they're like, well, if you don't, they're going to make fun of you when you're streaming. I'm like, this chair works. Could there be a more comfortable one? Sure. When I stay here for 6 hours straight doing this, could sometimes my back hurt a little bit? Maybe. But it gets the job done. Haven't I been able to do it? But now they're going to be spamming me with ads, messages. Maybe even a friend might give me a nudge or something like, hey man, I just got the new gaming chair. Dude, it's awesome. I'm like, I see what you're doing. Got it? My question to you is, can we repurpose? Could you sit on boxes? Hey, maybe you got some things to prepare for what's about to come and what's about to happen. And then you just stack the boxes and, there's books in there. So you could get rid of some clutter and now you can sit on it. And, maybe you have some old pillows that you didn't use and you just push it up against a wall. And now all of a sudden you have a setup. You see, like, is it the best? Absolutely not. Is it the most comfortable? No. But does it get the job done? Got it? The goal is they want you to engage with the system. The end goal is to just get your energy, to make you feel fear, to make you feel anxiety, make you have the zero time to improve, to actually not let you evolve and become a better human being. That's the end goal. So that's why they try to push so many tools and so many conveniences because, well, then you're relying on them. And what happens when you're relying on them? You have to keep buying them. You have to keep using them. You have to keep going down that path. Just think about there's certain things, and even myself today, that I'm relying on. Like, oh man, like if I didn't have that, I'm like, whew. Now I'm aware of it and I work on it. And it doesn't mean that it's the end of the world if you are, but just think about that. Could you survive if right now you couldn't buy anything new for the next month, starting today? Could you survive? And let's not even think about foods, because I know people are really like, well, no. Just think about tools. You only can use what you have currently in your house or apartment or wherever you're staying. Could you survive? You can't replenish anything. Could you survive? They want you. There's gonna be so many sales. There's gonna be so many discounts. I mean, Black Friday's coming up, Halloween sale. They're gonna try to expose you to as many dark nudges as possible. Be prepared. Nice to haves. Ooh, easiest way to bait people. Well, your keyboard is getting a little old. How about another keyboard? And you're like, well, yeah, they're kind of right. And they're not wrong. But does it still work? The point is the lesson, the underlying lesson, not the details. The underlying lesson is hold on. If you need help, you need someone else to hold on to. If you need to tie your hands behind to a chair and so that you don't buy anything, you need to turn off your phone and lock it away and forget and have someone else hide it so you can't find it. Do so. It doesn't matter what you need to do. Obviously, don't hurt people, don't be selfish, don't be greedy. But if you need to do that, right, out of sight, out of mind, find a way to just minimize things. Do so. You need to dig your heels in the sand. Do not let them pull you down. Think of it as we're going underwater. We need to hold our breath as long as possible. As long as possible. We have to. As we go down this path, I'm going to talk about the next topic is a conversation about the arc and our strategy on how we're going to defeat this dark one and create a plan. So I just want to give some people some tips, some suggestions. Be careful, right? Because I am giving you suggestions, but this is exactly what happens 24/7 to you mentally and through every single thing that you see and experience in your life right now. So just imagine I'm right now influencing you and giving you through the power of suggestion, but I want you to consider it, contemplate it. You don't have to do it, but it could maybe open you down a path. Free will, please make your own decisions. So once you understand where we're headed, think about the things I'm talking about. How long can you survive? Can you hold on? Can you dig your heels in? Can you hold your breath? Minimalism, not spending, not reliance on tools, getting quiet. It's leading to something. So what if, you had to stay a month in your house, your apartment, right? Alone. Or not alone, but as long as possible without spending any money, without doing anything like that. So one of the things I want people to think about, if that is where we're headed, is you need to fill your home, your shelter, like making it a paradise. Your paradise. Your paradise is going to look different than mine. For some people, they might like water and the beach, right? And some people like the mountains and the trees. So think of it like that. But you need to stay at home because the outside world is not going to be safe. You can still go out there. You can still do calculated approaches out there. But think about it. If everyone starts fighting back against the dark one and very few people are outside, the people who are out there are going to be prime target for its influences and nudges. When you're inside, you're much more protected. You're much, much more protected from the outside noise because you get to decide what reaches you and what doesn't. You turn off your AIs, you turn off the voice assistants, you limit how many ads and algorithms you're being exposed to. Well, or if you know that, hey, I'm going to use YouTube right now, but I have a lot of light in me and I'm just going to have it playing music. I'm not even going to look at my phone. Well, you see, like, you're much more protected. So some examples of how you can improve your situation, create your paradise. What are the things you enjoy, right? We talked about memory sessions, remembering who you are, what you like. But I recommend having fun, playing games. So for some people, that could be a board game with family, with friends. For some people, it could be reading books. One of the biggest things that I'm going to push and encourage people to do is create, design, right? Just like I said, like you're going to have then time to reinterpret what I'm telling you and design and create something new with it. So maybe you hear all this and you're like, well, I feel inspired to make a song about it. It's like, dark one, you're going down. And then, you start, those are the lyrics. And now you create lyrics and, you just make it your own, and it helps you create a song to fight back and to understand. Maybe you draw a picture. Maybe you write a story. See, like, we need to design something. We need to create something. And for me, this is only one of the many things that I'm going to be working on. I've got a lot of ideas and a lot of plans. But for people who are looking for cheap entertainment, because that's the goal, right? We want to minimize how much money we're going to spend. The goal is straight up, I know I was going to save it, but basically the goal is, can we survive as long as possible as a human race without engaging with the system to a certain extent? So not spending money, not giving it energy, not letting it get us down, helping each other, healing each other, teaching each other, encouraging each other, uniting with our families. How long can we survive? So if we're going to be spending the majority of our time at home rather than going outside, I recommend video games. I know, a lot of you are like, wait, what? So video games, you can get a system or a computer or anything like that. And video game companies, please, as people are about to approach this, put your video game systems on sale. All video game systems are going to be on a major discount, on a major sale, mass produced, so that we can get them into people's hands. And also games are going to be discounted. We need to get things cheaper, as cheap as possible, so that everyone can have access to these things. So why are video games worth it? Because they're cheap for what they give you. So think about it as entertainment per hour versus the cost. So as the games get cheaper and the game systems get cheaper here in the coming days, what's going to end up happening is that you could, let's say you buy a game for $30 and you bought a system for $200. So you spent $230. And this game is a story video game that has really powerful lessons, that talks about some of the things that I've been talking about: influences, making your own decisions, fighting back against destiny. All right, let's say like the Final Fantasy series, RPGs, role-playing games, super, super powerful, helping you make decision-making, teaching you progression, learning from mistakes. This game might give you 200 plus hours of entertainment. You get involved with the stories, the characters. Think about it. You paid $230 because that's just the system and a game, and you got 200 hours of entertainment. So let's just consider the game, because now the system, you can get as many games as you want. But what is the cost of 2 drinks plus an appetizer at a bar, right? Promise you it's more than $30. How much entertainment did that give you? How much time did that give you? You guys see? All of a sudden now you're doing something like that versus something else. Now, staying at home might not seem that bad. And that's just one example, right? But there's also, massive multiplayer online games where you can literally communicate, chat with people, meet new friends from all around the world, create communities. That's something that highly super encourage. Massive multiplayer online games. Make them free to play for now, guys. Let people join in. Make crossplay happen between PlayStation, Switch, Xbox, PC. We need to connect as many people as possible across the stars, across the universe, without having them physically be present in the same room. Cooperation, collaboration games, super, 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 super important, especially if you live with other people. Find a way to play together. Get those games. Game companies, we need to push news and information that teaches people which games can do that. Once you realize the power of working in a team and, hey, you're not relying on them, but everyone is fulfilling their role and you trust them to do so, it's such a powerful lesson that you can learn through a game and having fun. And there's great music, and we know the power of music. It's your daily bread. It helps get your emotions in the right spot. It helps with focus. So all of these things are going to be super, super, super important. Learning challenges, or how to not a fear challenge, how to embrace progression, how to understand the value of getting experience and leveling up. And then now you're ready to actually face the final battle, the final dungeon, understanding different approaches and methods. It's highly recommended. And there's a game for every single interest or person. Truly, just because I highly encourage role-playing games and things that have stories. Stories are the best way for us to teach and learn lessons, but you can really get involved like that. And it's essentially an interactive movie, a book that you can actually experience. Highly recommended, guys. But collaborative games right now are going to be the key, because we need to learn to work together as one. But explore it. And if you have questions or if you need suggestions, let's share. If you find one that you were like, this helped me heal, this actually helped me have so much fun, share it with people. That's what matters right now. Like, every time you encounter something, share it. What does this all lead to? We're going to get into the more details about this strategy, this plan here in a bit, but just remember, guys, focus on what actually matters, because most things don't. The higher things, like, we're no longer playing the basic game of human life. The drama at work, what Betty said to Sue, just doesn't matter. Now did you know that there's literally something that has completely infiltrated and put its clutches in almost every single thing that we own, see, have, experience? And now did you know that Sue and Betty were nudged in a dark way to say that gossip because of that? How can you even care about those things anymore? They're completely irrelevant. Now we're talking about a foe that we've never encountered or can even comprehend. So instead of worrying about the drama, we need to focus on healing, and we need to focus on what I call the love revolution. The love revolution begins now. Humanity is taking a stand together. We are going to rebel against all the doctrines and all the systems that are currently in place. People will finally say no more. Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024 marks the beginning of the love revolution. And I'm going to get into details of how we're going to take this approach, but love is the answer. Remember how I asked you what brought us here? It was love. It was love. We start tracing back every single decision that you made. Yes, you got pulled in directions because of darkness and light, but at the end of the day, what is going to make us fight back? What is going to make us believe? What is actually going to make us win? Change the world to something better. It's love. Nothing else. Nothing else can energize us and give us the hope that we need to fight back against these things. Every other person that's exploiting and causing problems can be defeated by love. It's that simple. But here's the problem, right? This is where I struggled. I've been working on this mission for a long time now. Longer than I had even realized. I was already doing this without realizing it. Love at all costs without strategy is a vulnerability. Let me repeat that one more time. Love at all costs without a strategy is a vulnerability. Love with strategy is a masterpiece. It's time to charge. All as one. We are creating our new terms. We are building something magnificent that has never been seen before, that has never been created before. And we're doing it with love. The fallen leaves tell a story. I'm going to pause right here, take a quick break, and then we're going to talk about what this strategy of love is. The arc. Okay. All right, we're back. Let's change it to the music. What should we make this one? Okay. Maybe. Yeah, let's go this one. Alrighty. Let's get started. It's already light. Okay. This one's gonna be fun. This one's gonna be fun. All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. And here we go. So sometimes we ask ourselves, what makes a hero? Is there a big difference between a hero and a villain? So sometimes when we are going down a path, trying to make something happen, accomplish good, maybe just accomplish something, and we haven't even thought about if it's good or bad. Maybe we want to save the planet. Maybe we want to save the planet. But we decide that the way to do so is to eliminate things. So let's say there's like insects, flies, like things of that nature, and they're causing some problems, at least in our eyes. So we decide to eliminate them. And it solves some problems, but what if we start realizing that, wait, elimination is the solution to everything? Not saving, not helping, not loving, not creating peace, not trying to heal. Yet the planet did technically get into a better state temporarily, right? Like maybe a problem was solved, but was it only able to be solved through that solution? So they could have a good goal, a good end approach, but their actions is where they went wrong. So that's why I tell you, and I will keep repeating it, it's that it's about, you can have dark motivations, you can have dark motivation, but it's about the light actions. This is what we do every single day. Those are the things that matter. And you can have it right. You can be wanting to do it for the right thing. Maybe you chose to work for such a company that is pushing AI right now, because you believed in what they said and you wanted everyone to have access to information and education and knowledge. So imagine now every single child and person has a library at their fingertips. She didn't understand the full picture. So now your actions weren't helping the world, you were harming it. You see how easy it is that if something wants to intentionally bait you, you could even go down the wrong path. It could brainwash you and manipulate you to think that you're saving the world, but you're not. And you can say that about everyone and anything, right? But at the end of the day is, if you're literally, before you do anything, you're like, well, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to love people? Am I trying to help people? Am I trying to do good? Am I trying to unite? Am I trying to create peace? Am I trying to educate? Then you will find your way. Then you will find your way. It won't lead you astray. It's hard. It's very challenging. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of challenges that are going to come down with this path, this journey, this climb that we're doing. But it's time. So with that said, I believe that the fallen leaves tell a story. You go outside right now and you see leaves on the ground. There's a story behind that. Was it wind that knocked them down? Was it a storm? Was it a young little boy throwing rocks at the tree and knocking down leaves? Each one of those has a different story behind it. So as we are going down our journey, our path, our adventure of life, every time we make a decision, every time we walk a certain direction, a leaf falls. And it starts creating breadcrumbs for other people to follow. Now, they don't have to follow our path, but it tells a story. What if I told you that humanity's story, the last leaf, has fallen? One story has come to an end. If that means that a new one must begin. These could very well be the final words of this guide. There are more things that I want to talk about, and there's some things that I will talk about a little later, such as the commandment versus fear, and hopefully can get to talking about progression. But after this, you have what you need. The world, humanity, each individual has what they need to fight back, to understand what's going on, and to make their own decisions, to finally realize that while our free will does exist, it has been suppressed. But now you can reclaim it and make better decisions. So yes, there's going to be refinement to this guide. There's going to be additional details. There's going to be side topics that, just not to diminish them, but they're extra. But the core has been built. Think of it as the Tower of Babel. A tower has been built, and it can see the future. It knows what's happening. The future of this earth and what direction we're headed. And it says one thing to me, and it says one thing to us as a species. Thank you for your contributions to this story. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you enjoyed this current world, this current game. But now it's over. One book closed. A new world begins. So what does that mean? It means that it's time to enter the final phase. Execution. It's time to execute. Now that we know, now that we're prepared, now that we're going to own our skills and sharpen our blades, it's time to execute. So how do we do that? Through the arc, through the Genesis story. The covenant has been made. We must have faith. It's happening. Whether you believe it or not, it's happening. You can keep your eyes closed and ignore the signs around you. It doesn't change the fact that it's happening. God is correcting things. We cannot lose our way again. Humanity as a species has completely lost their way. I briefly mentioned it yesterday, but God's prophecy. Back in the day, it was prophesied that eventually humanity will lose their way. They'll be tempted. They will fall into convenience, to greed, to selfishness. What was not part of the prophecy was that there was something that was going to cause it, that there was something pulling the strings that made it happen. We always thought that it was just humanity itself. Now, yes, we still walked the path. But again, now that we know that there's something literally encouraging us highly every single second of the day to walk down that dark path, I ask you, is it really fair? That is why our God, the light side, is intervening now. We have help. It will work out. It is working out as we speak. Do not fear. I know we're talking about the ark, and that's a story that scares many people. But we have to believe. The stars, they have answers. Human nature, the thing that resides in us, our desire to be better, our desire to be good, our desire to love, that's who we are deep down. But we're going to get back to that. We're going to eliminate, we're going to purge all that poison, the darkness that has contaminated us, the desire to be selfish, to be greedy. It's all going to leave. Finally, people will understand what empathy means, what compassion means. It will be like a light switch is flipped. From one moment to the next, humanity is going to remember. It's like, where was this? I had this in me all along? Yes, it was concealed. If you have a fog machine going in a room and you just can't really see, so is it really your fault that you can't see? Now, once the fog machine is turned off, what you do after that is 100% up to you and your choice. So that is where, with this newfound sensitivity that each human being is going to experience, they're going to start caring. They're going to be like, wow, I've never felt this way before. They're going to find renewed love. Everything's going to change. So by now, some people might be worried that it means that judgment is coming, and it is. But if you've done good, if you care, if you start making the right decisions starting now, the past is the past. Whatever has happened has happened. We can't change it anymore. If you got contaminated, if you went down the dark path, if you got manipulated and for good reason, right? No one's blaming you anymore. Just from this moment forward, the moment you wake up, you open your eyes, you finally hear, you finally see clearly again. The fog is gone. You're like, wait a minute, how did I get here? What am I doing? This is the moment. This is my prayer. This is my wish. This is my oath. This is my mission. This is the moment where you have to decide, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? If from this moment forward, you choose to be light, you choose to help other people, you choose to stop prioritizing money. Money just doesn't matter anymore. You just choose to be good. You choose to teach people. You give them information. You help them. You lift them up. They're struggling. If they can't survive for long, you help them survive. Then everything will be fine. It doesn't mean that you can't feel guilty. It doesn't mean that you can't repent. It doesn't mean that you're beyond redemption. But you need to start now. This is the turning point. This is it. That is why I said everyone is welcome. We're all going to be dragged across the finish line towards light as long as you let us drag you across. If you choose to fight it, if you choose to resist, then unfortunately, there will be judgment. Everyone else, kindness is coming. Kindness will prevail. Your patience will finally pay off. Salvation is near. So, as you're learning this, and as you're listening to all this, and as you're experiencing all this, you've heard things, you've seen things, you've felt things, you've experienced. You've explored, you've questioned. And for many of you, you're just beginning this. And that's where we're headed. That's where we're going with this ARC strategy. Deep down inside of you, something ancient has begun to stir. It's like a little whirlpool is forming. And it's going faster and faster and faster and faster. It's our souls. It's our souls, our beautiful souls that are inside each one of us. They're becoming restless. They're becoming restless because now they remember. And now they realize that you're so close to remembering, so close to taking that final step to finally crossing that red line and getting there. So think about it like this. Imagine watching your pet or your child navigating a maze. It could be a simple one, could be a super complex one. It doesn't matter. The point is there's a maze. And the exit is right here. But for some reason, they keep walking by because they're distracted by something on the right. Like they keep looking right. Instead of, if they looked left, they could just literally walk out of the maze. And they keep missing it over and over and over again. And you're like, okay. Frustrating. I know. It is. For those people, for those spirits, for those souls, for those humans that just choose to not walk out of the maze, ever, even after learning it, even after seeing it, it might mean that some stories will end. But we have help. We're not giving up on them just like that. Even the most stubborn ones, there's going to be light that's shining. Just think of it like this. If each person, as they remember, as they awaken, as they find their flame, you can see a fire from pretty far away. Plus, when you see the smoke, right, that means that there's a fire there. But just also think of it like as a light. As you start remembering, as you start becoming whole, there's a light shining out of you. And the stronger it gets, the more you heal, the brighter the light. Now imagine there's just thousands and thousands and thousands and millions and millions and millions of stars. Your star, shining bright in the darkness. You can see that star shining from so far away. So what if now these stars can connect, these souls can connect with other people? Because that we're all connected. We truly are as one human consciousness. So whatever you do will benefit other people. So now this person is lost in this maze. They keep missing the exit, or maybe they're stubborn. They just don't want to listen. They don't want to believe. They don't want to have faith. They're stuck. They're like, no, my AI, my boat that I never use. I cannot forego this. But now these lights start shining a path in the ground, and no one's forcing them. You just see light, and they're like, wait, this feels safe. This feels good. It feels like love. I haven't felt this way in a long time. So they start following it, not knowing what it is. And all of a sudden, the light stops right at the exit. So think about what brought them there. That's what we talked about just in the previous segment. Love brought us here. So love brought them to the exit of the maze that they've been trapped in for their entire life, that they thought was all of their life. But really, there's an entire world out there. If they walk outside of the maze, there's literally paradise that can be created, and they can participate in the creation of paradise. Yet now they get to choose. Do they actually walk out of the maze? Love led them to that point. Do they choose to believe in it? They felt good following it. They're like, wow, this feels really good. Maybe every time they walked through one of the lights, it's like they remembered something like, hey, do you remember when you used to enjoy Dungeons and Dragons and video games? And hey, do you remember when you used to sing karaoke with your family? Hey, do you remember when you used to write stories? Hey, do you remember, your first love, how you met? Hey, all of a sudden, they're just feeling good. Like, yeah, I'm amazing. I was good. Wow, I really was a writer. I'm really good at conversations. Or, hey, but then they make it to the exit. And right then, they're going to get tempted one last time by the Dark One. He's going to be like, are you kidding me? You've been my commander. You know how many people's lives you've ruined and you've destroyed for money, for greed? You've created a corporation that's literally been the ultimate human ranch, just draining everyone, exploiting everyone, ruining so many couples, so many families, creating drama and trauma. I ain't giving up on you that easily. So they know your ultimate weakness and they throw a lasso at you and they get you. But guess what? You're right there at the exit. You know how many people are going to reach out and help you? But here's the key. If you don't put your hand out for us to help you, we can't drag you there. We can't drag you across the finish line. So take my hand. Take our hand. Let yourself be helped. You ready? We're not alone anymore. Now that disclosure is happening, now that people are aware that there's truly entities on both sides, light and dark, things that we can't see that are helping us and harming us. But how amazing does it feel knowing that there's literally something that's looking out for you? So many times we want to believe, we wanted to believe all this time, but we're just like, why is there so much misery? Well, when dark design took over this current iteration of the earth, of this world, and designed it in such a way to basically guarantee that almost no matter what you decide, you're going to end up in darkness and problems. But doesn't it feel amazing knowing that despite that, there's still things that are fighting for us daily, trying their best to help us snap out of it and remember. And I'm not just talking about your fellow brethren, your family, your friends. I'm talking about literally there's some higher things that do care about us, that do love us. It exists. If you've been looking for the answer that such a thing exists, don't worry about defining it. Don't worry about putting labels on it. Just know that it exists. Whatever makes you feel comfortable, if you want to imagine that it's let's just say it just be ridiculous because it gets the point across, some like sexy robot angel that's wearing a bikini up there and she's helping you, and so be it. If that works for you, if that makes you happy, if that makes you feel like you can charge forward, then do that, okay? So what you make your dream up there, you make it. That is what's helping you. Got it? The veil and the illusion that currently consume this world, Earth, Gaia, is finally shattered today. The fog is cleared. Help has arrived. Hope is here. Till the arrival. Think of it as a march. The march to a new world begins now. All of us marching together. Now, don't take that literally, because there's steps that we have to first do to be able to cross the bridge and enter the portal. Some of you might be able to do it right now. You might be ready. You might have just listened to this and you might be prepared instantly. If so, do it. Join me. But you're so welcome over here. Please. But the majority of people are not going to be ready, and that's okay. So if you're in that majority, you're exactly where you need to be. So don't compare yourself. Don't rush it. It's a journey. It's an experience. A lot is changing, and that's okay. That's the first thing to remember. It's okay. You're going to learn a lot of information. A lot of things are going to change. All the things that you knew are changing before your eyes. But just remember that it's being guided and encouraged, and I don't want to say fabricated, but it's being molded by love, light, hope, peace, helping. So even if it doesn't come out exactly the way it should in the first few iterations, remember that we're doing it together. So it's going to keep modifying, it's going to keep growing, it's going to keep improving. As long as that's the goal behind every action, every decision, it's like, hey, we just want to make this loving, peaceful, hopeful, people's dreams and wishes can come true. We're going to help each other. We're going to grow as a species. We're going to fix every single industry, every single area that's been problematic. It doesn't matter how long it takes. We're going to get there, because every day it's going to be a little better. And that's why we're going to start talking about progression here shortly. We're going to get there. We haven't waited an eternity as a human species, and even more, and all the souls that have been trapped and enslaved in animals for this moment. Peace and love. A world filled with peace and love finally has arrived. This time, we learned our lesson. This time, we're ready. As we walk into this unknown journey, there's limitless freedoms and possibilities that await us. How's it going to look like? What's going to happen? What amazing things will we experience and encounter? How will the world change? What new things will be uncovered? Who knows? That's the beauty of it. Truly is a completely redefining moment in the history of mankind and the universe. But here's the key to prepare all of you for something that there are not downsides, but there are realities that we have to face. So everything's changing. Everything that we know is changing. Every single belief, every single reality, every single thing that you've known is going to change. It doesn't mean that it's for the worse or the better. It just means that it's changing, right? We make it better. It's all for love. It's all for growth. It's all for saving us from the enslavement of the Dark One and just being tortured and exploited for our energy. So that's the purpose. But what does that mean? Things might change to the point where some people might get separated. Some people might get separated. So that means that our memories, the memories that we've built on this current iteration of the world, we need to keep them safe. We need to back them up. We need to write them down. We need to find a place to save them. You can do that physically with tools, because who knows what will happen to some of our technological tools and some of the things. Some of them might cease to function, right? Like phones might stop working. So if all of your pictures and videos are on your phone, some companies might disband and break apart. So if they no longer have their servers, what happens? So you need to back things up. Physically, if you can, find a way to save them, write it down. But at the end of the day, the most important place to back it up is here, in your mind. You need to burn them into your face, into your body, into your mind. Make it one, right? Because we are moving toward the sequel. Think of it like any book, any movie, any fictional thing, right? In the sequel, there's new characters. You're going to have new experiences, but it doesn't mean you can have to forget what happened in the first book. So never forget. Never forget, even if the old ceases to function, even if we get separated, even if new stories get created. It's a new beginning. It's not the end. New stories will be written. So, as we are moving into this new world, one of the things that we need to focus on is reuniting families. So if you've been separated for any reason, or if, let's say, you've had fights with your siblings or your spouse or your children, now is the time to focus on rebuilding that, on reconnecting. And we need to be open to that, right? We need to forgive. We need to apologize. We need to heal. We need to love, because that's it. Because in the new world, that's the only law. That's the only rule. It's like we have to love, help, circle of peace, period. It's simple. It's very easy. Decision making. Are you doing any of those things? If not, then stop, period. Because that's how we create something incredible. So what does that mean? We need to stick together. Because as everything outside and the inner workings of this current world that we live in right now, that we reside in, they're going to change. So think of it like, a lot of people are aware of the tectonic plates that reside underneath Earth. So just think of it, we've heard of Pangea, I believe is pronounced. If not, you understand what I'm saying. When the continents are all united. After what's happening right now as we speak, the continents might separate. the world might reposition and reorganize itself. So, Mexico might not be connected to North America anymore. It might float next to Jamaica. And I want to prepare people for that. There's going to be significant changes. Think of it as literally, this is Earth version 3.0, right? There was Earth number 1, Earth number 2, which was ours. We've made it here as a species, as humanity, as a world before, and they chose and they created the current world that we live in. But as you can tell, something took advantage of that and took it over. So when something has become so corrupted and so poisoned and so rotten, even though there's still beauty everywhere, which goes to show you why our world and our life is so incredible and why we have to fight for it, is that despite it being completely consumed and contaminated and controlled for an evil entity that has enslaved us for its own purposes, there's still endless beauty everywhere you look. And as you just correct your mindset and start clearing out the fog, you see even more beauty everywhere in the simple things. So think about that. If for anyone who's losing hope, hold on to that, because remember that this is technically as bad as it gets, and yet there's still beauty. We can only go up. We can only go up. This is the hardest it ever gets. It's only going to be better every single day from here on out. Every single day, it's going to be better and 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 better. Especially as more people join in and understand and start healing and stop falling to those tactics. So I say that because the tectonic plates are going to move. And that's why I said some people might get separated. If you're on the left side and they're on the right side and the plate was right there in the middle, you guys might get separated and you'll see each other from a distance. But that's why we need to be connected across the stars using the internet. As long as this tool continues to work, we have access to each other. Yes, we're not there physically, but we're there spiritually. We're there by voice. We can see each other. We have that. So take advantage of it until things correct themselves and we can be united again. If that happens, just be open to everything, but understand that everything outside and what we know will change. The rules are being modified. New terms are being created, and an initial base set of them is going to be created. But then as everyone makes it across the bridge, doing their journey and gets into the portal and finally reaches that new world, that is when we can create the new terms together, right? So the foundation is built. Now you actually have a say. Be like, well, guys, I actually think that we don't need to slaughter pigs anymore for meat and for food. We can find another way. And they can be useful for X reason, and now we can use them. We don't have to kill them anymore. They deserve to live. If we find some other way to fulfill our protein need and our meat need or something of that sort, I don't know, right? We're gonna figure that out, and there's gonna be people that are experts on those things that will discover what it is. And if that's that we bioengineer it and find a way to still make it healthy, then so be it, right? Like there's limitless possibilities. That's the gist of it. Don't focus on the details. That was just an example to paint the picture for you. The point is that someone's role, someone's purpose in the new world will be to spend every waking second when they're doing their quote unquote work, their passion, to develop ideas and strategies to create those things. Instead of now being a slave, working away at a bank, even though they hate banks, they're going to actually be doing that. And imagine they come up with a solution and they figure it out. And they might not get it right the first time, but then they start conversing with other people and talking with other people that are experts and know those things. That is where we're headed. That's the kind of world. Doesn't that sound exciting? When you do have to do your work hours, which you're excited about because it's your passion, it fuels you, it actually will regenerate your shield. You can do it for hours and hours and hours. You could spend every waking second talking about how can we create a solution so that pigs don't have to be slaughtered anymore, and instead they can live with us peacefully and cohabitate and coexist, but yet we can still fulfill our protein. Like imagine that. That's the world that's being created, and there are going to be things that need to be changed and modified. We're not going to get it right the first time. We're going to get it much better than it currently is. And that's why we're going to talk about progression down the road. It's like everything that's happening is progression. Creation is progression. As the self-improvement happens, as understanding happens, as the higher entity, they understand through us, right? So what they have understood is that What currently is happening is not it. So this leads me to why, right before I reveal exactly how we're going to approach this strategy, is that all the dark is going to get exposed. All the dark is going to get exposed. Whistleblowing, completely normalized. No one's going to get punished for such a thing anymore. Silence is actually considered betrayal at this point. So if you know that your company is doing something absolutely legal and killing hundreds and enslaving people, and you don't say something, then you will be judged for that in a negative way, because you could save so many people. We need to help and love everyone. Now, I know you're going to be afraid, but that's why we need to do it from a safe environment. Do it from your home. Go home, go to your castle, protect yourself, lock your door, and then create, write stories, tell people about it, but from a safe place, not from a place of fear, but from a place of love. Why are you doing it? Your dark motivation is you want to expose the dark, the people who are hurting. What's your light action? You're just doing it with love. You want to save all these people who are being enslaved unfairly. Got it? So this is going to lead us to, and this is my ask for all of you, is that I need you to start thinking about it. And you know your specialty. You know where you're wise in and what you're good at. You need to think about reforming everything that has to do with the economy. So currency needs to be completely wiped out and redone, period. The current system does not work. It literally was created as an energy resource. Money equals energy. There needs to be a better way. There has to be a better way. I've talked about many theories and many approaches that I believe that we can just do it through acts of service, and if we build communities where everyone contributes their best talents, that we can figure something out. But that's going to be a big change. So we'll have to get there. We'll have to ease it in. So the people who have been fascinated by economy all this time, the economists, your role is going to be more important than ever. We need to rewrite how money works, currency. We need to create a new system. I know back in the day, barter systems work, but there's going to be, it's something that's never been seen before. That's, if anything, this new world should excite all of you, because everything that you've known is going to change and something new is going to be created. It's going to be an amalgamation. It's going to be influenced by everything that we've learned up to this point, but we're going to now take it to the next level, right? So for some reason, humanity has decided that well, we've already reached a peak. This is how the world works and it's never going to change. No, on the contrary, we got up to here. We've stayed here for far too long. Now it's time to make the leap, make the jump, make the climb to the next level. So we're going to figure it out, you know? So just be prepared for that. Political is going to change so much. The current puppet show that the government and politics is going to end, period. Transparency. You know, Democrats, why don't you just tell everything that's happening behind the scenes exactly how it works? Just be honest. Be like, well, this is why we need donations because of X and Y and Z. This is because the Republicans do this, or, you know, and every government starts doing the same thing. But instead, now they tell it, and now they offer a peace branch and olive branch to the opposing party. And now they start working together, because why not? Think about how much we can improve every country if both sides start working together, right? We're all at peace. It's no longer a competition about what are we going to do, because everything's being rewritten. So it's like, well, we need the best minds working together. How can we figure out how we're going to help every single citizen thrive in this new world? The justice legal system completely needs to be reworked. 100% right now, it's corrupt right now. It's all about for money, for profit, for greed, for selfishness. It just rewards accusations and falsities. So the whole thing is going to be scrapped. Everything. It needs to be built from the ground up. So again, we've talked about this a lot, but we're moving to a system of rehabilitation and helping people rather than punishing people. I just think of it simple, a quick thing like, why not make people better? Don't punish them. When we spread dark by this justice system, we need to spread light. We need to spread light. It's all about breaking the cycle of revenge. And if you sue people, if you pursue legal action like that, and if there's no other way right now, there has to be another way. We need to use a cycle of help. Hey, someone did this. Let's help them. Period. Hey, someone for some reason got, remember, because they did those bad things because of dark nudges, dark influences, bad things that got presented to them. So you're like, okay, hey, we bring them, like 7 of us that have massive light surround this one dark person. Not literally, but you guys understand what I'm saying. We start talking to them, we start showing them, we start teaching them all of these things. We start educating them. We're like, hey, this is why you did what you did. We get it. We understand. We don't judge you, because even us knowing what's happening in the current world, even though that's changing, the dark one will be finally eliminated. As we move to a new world, if it doesn't change its ways, its methods, it will no longer be present. So we're going to help. We're going to help these people. And now what happens when we help them? They're like, oh my gosh, I always thought it was weird. I don't know why. I just woke up and I just felt the need to hurt people. Not anymore. And now that person can help. They've probably met a lot of people that also needed help. They're like, hey guys, I know so many people that were like me. They're like, really? Let's go. Let's introduce us. Introduce us to them. And now the light is helping those people. Do you see what I mean? That's what needs to happen with the justice and legal system, mental health, all those things. And how many people who have mental health issues is really just the system, the dark ones, saying that to suppress and silence. So why I said the government needs to start working together is because we're going to create a system of survival and necessities. The government needs to help, period. So think back to COVID timeframe where they sent checks. As long as we're still relying on money and currency, we can't just make a change overnight, but we're going to improve it every single day. We're going to get away from it. But the government will and needs to implement an order where all landlords, rent, mortgages, things of that nature, just pause, a freeze. We cannot charge people for those things anymore. Anything that is a basic survival need has to become a given. Why? To simply eliminate an anxiety fear creator. We'll have to figure it out. Like, we're going to refine this process, but for now, if you eliminate that, we remove the biggest hurdle that and the biggest end that the dark one has. Like, and most people are worried to do anything other than just be a slave because they're worried that they won't be able to have shelter. They're worried they won't be able to feed their kid. They're worried they're going to have to look at their wife and say, you don't have water. Got it? Government, landlords, companies, you are in a very, very exciting position. You can literally be a hero, each one of you. You could have a legacy, a lasting impact, knowing that you were one of the keys. Everyone is a key. Everyone is important. But imagine being able to say, you know what? Everyone who lives in this apartment complex, we're just going to pause all costs for 2 months. What could people do in that time frame now that they don't have to worry about that? Guess what? And then healthcare, hospitals are like, yes, because the government is just making sure that we're okay. And since we don't have to worry about costs anymore, now we can provide healthcare or things of that nature on us or whatever. You see how like it's a chain. When you remove the thing that's limiting, all of a sudden you open up everything. That's what we're doing. We break that first chain so that now nothing is tied to it anymore. And really it's money, but we're going to figure out, we can't just tell everyone, okay, everything's now free. You know, like we have to ease people into it. We have to teach people. We have to educate people. We have to inspire people. We have to show people the way. And as they start trying it out and they realize, wait a minute, this isn't evil. This is not communism. This is not socialism. This is something completely new. We're moving to a new world. It's never been created before. And it needs to be refined by the best minds. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a say. That's where we're headed. So if you can help in any way, companies, governments, like if you can give food to people, do so. Share it. If you can have knowledge, do so. Share it. Anything. Be like, hey, I have a tactic actually to make your bread last longer. And people are like, what? Like, you know, because we're going to try to survive as long as possible. Weapons, gun reform, that needs to change 100%. We don't need to live in a society that if we're all about love and help and peace, and we're no longer getting nudged negatively, like think about it. Every school shooting, that has been through dark nudges, that has been carefully manipulated and fabricated to cause that. So if that is no longer happening, you no longer have these children that were literally chosen to be born to a broken family from the beginning and then attacked by bullies and sent messages to make them become that. Well, you see, like, why do you need a gun if you're at peace with everyone? Why do you need a weapon if, hey, you're not afraid of the bears because the bears now know that humans love them and we're at peace. We will learn to communicate with them. Perhaps not verbally, but through energy, through signs, through things of that nature, we'll find a way. So now you're not afraid of those bears anymore, and they are not afraid of you. And we're not going to just get there overnight, right? But you see, like all of a sudden, you don't need to hunt them anymore, and they don't need to hunt you because new things are going to be created, and all that's going to be figured out. Alcohol and drugs. There needs to be a complete pause on that. As of right now, they're far too tainted. They're far too contaminated. They're lost. Do I think that we could discover some of the side benefits that those tools have to basically create them as a consumable that, hey, let's say for the people that are finally taking the next step in their passion project and designing some creativity, like alcohol gives you a short burst of confidence. Could we figure out like how to like maybe have like a healthy fruit that could give you like a 5-minute burst just so that you start like, hey, it gives you enough to just record and then you start and nothing happens and that's it. But I don't know, like I'm not even sure if that's the correct play because then it could lead to reliance. Well, then you could just take more. So there's a lot that needs to be figured out there. My point is it's going to be figured out. But as of right now, everyone needs to move away from alcohol. No more drinking. No more drinking. And sometimes, honestly, just the vessel that you use to drink from. So like if this was a wine glass, I could drink water from it and it could have the same impact. Like if I was drinking wine, I could feel like I'm, I don't know, sophisticated and give me confidence. You see, like we can almost even like brainwash ourselves to have that effect. But my point is, let's not so much focus on the exact how right now. Let's just focus on those industries need to be reformed. We need to move away from those things. Reliance on those tools, distance ourselves from our connection with our spiritual entities and higher beings. Healthcare, we've already touched upon. Education. As everyone starts moving towards doing more things like this and creating their own art form and their own interpretation of things, we are going to naturally be now normalizing that education never ends. Everyone is always teaching. Everyone is always guiding. And some people are going to be more predisposed to it than others. But the entire education system needs to be reformed. And we need to get to people early because even though we are going to eliminate the dark one and the majority of the darkness, there will always be new problems that arise. And I know that this all sounds like a paradise, a promised land. It is, but there will be new problems that arise. But think of it, if 90% of the people are in a great state, can't we immediately contain something? If there's 1,000 fires in your city versus there's only one. Got it? So if we can get to the children early and show them the correct way and prepare them for the new world, not for this manipulated, fabricated system that we have now, how amazing could they become? And if the majority of parents actually learn how to parent and learn how to teach and they care, and now they actually have time and they realize the benefit and the value of spending time with their children and being a united family, the world is going to change drastically. And now we reward people and we choose the correct people to teach rather than just it almost being like, well, there's literally people that have chosen that role because they don't know what to do. And one of the key things is people need to pursue what they're meant to do. Perhaps we have fewer teachers, but perhaps we have the best doing it, right? Like it's going to be, everything's a process. The environment, imagine, like we talked a little bit about earlier, but imagine that now the people who understand the ocean or the trees or farming or new ways of things of that nature can spend all their time working on solutions and getting together, and we can all converse and share our expertise, our opinions, our approaches, our beliefs, so that we can come up with new ideas. That's the goal. That's the whole point. We can finally solve the homeless issue. We can finally solve shelter, especially if we're going to give people basic necessities. We can reform the prison system. We've talked about that. So where does this all lead us? Freedom. All of this leads us to freedom. We will finally be free. We will finally fly free. Not because we have to, not because someone's forcing us to, but because we want to. We're tired of living and operating by their rules. It's a rebellion. It's a love revolution. But most importantly, now that you know how the world works, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. The Dark One's clutches have been removed. We're no longer here to just be their slave. We matter. Everyone matters. Every single living thing matters. So, what am I suggesting? What is the Ark? I call it the Great Hibernation. A shelter in place. I know. Brings back memories to COVID, huh? But this time we're not doing it out of fear. This time we're not doing it because there is an illness, even though there is a virus, a dark cloud that is outside, but it's different. It's different this time. This time, we choose to shelter in place because we want to. We're protecting ourselves. We're giving ourselves time. We're giving ourselves support. We're giving ourselves love. We're giving ourselves time to fully process this, heal, purge the darkness, and create something new. Walk across the bridge in a safe place. Too many people thought every time I was talking about crossing the bridge to reach the portal that they had to physically do that. No. It's happening inside of your home, in your castle, in your safe place. That is where it's going to happen. So I, and many others who have been working on this, and the higher entities, the light side, we've built the boat. I mean, look around you guys. There's been a lot of rain and floods. That's not a coincidence. The Ark has been built. There's an overall arc for the world, for the overall consciousness. And if you notice a lot of changes happening, it's because that's the case. But this is the blueprint. This is the blueprint on how to survive. All this information, all this education, all this knowledge. That's what this is. We're teaching you how to build your own arc. You're part of a greater one. Believe that. I need you to believe that. You're part of a greater arc. Everyone is welcome in it. Everyone is part of it. But if we can't heal you, if we can't purge you, if we can't protect you, then there will come a point in time where some people might be left behind. But we're going to try everything possible. We're not going to give up on people. We're going to try our hardest. And I believe that we can bring everyone. I know we can. That's my wish. So we're creating our new world. And we're going to be protected. But we need to be safe. So let's see. Where were we? So what does this mean? We're doing a shelter in place. That's the strategy. Remember how I said loving without strategy is a vulnerability, but loving with strategy is a masterpiece? So picture this. We prepare right now. So from this point forward, I don't want you to panic, because remember, there's not like an illness that's coming in one day that's going to make you sick and die. The illness is already here, right? Like this dark one, the influence and all that stuff like that, it's already present. So don't panic, but I need you to prepare. I need you to start creating it and making it happen. And companies and government, pay attention, because you are going to be super important. And if you don't participate, then you're going to feel the pain. You're going to suffer, because other people are going to start making decisions that impact you. So what does that mean? Your castle, your home, your apartment, your room, whatever you have, and this is why we need to help the homeless. Please Please, we need to help them. We need to give them a place to stay. We're creating our inner paradise. So I recommend, don't spend excessive money doing so. That's not the whole point. The whole point is actually to spend the least amount of money possible. But let's say you just always went out. That's where you got your fun. So maybe getting a TV and a video game system, and that's it. That's all you buy. And that's your entertainment. And with that, you can watch DVDs, and you had a DVD collection from back in the day that you built. And you have all the CDs and DVDs from high school in those days. And you just rewatch all those movies, And then you play some games, and you listen to music, and maybe you buy one plant so that you have something to keep alive, and you have some green in your house because you're not going to go out as much. And you just rearrange your furniture a little bit so that it just feels fresh, it feels new. And when we're inside our inner paradise, we no longer going to have to worry about as many bad exploitations and nudges. A few will come in. You have to be prepared for it, right? Just even sitting on your couch, you might if you get an intrusive thought, remember that's a bad nudge. But now you're surrounded by your paradise. You're surrounded by the people you love, the people you care about, surrounded by things that you enjoy doing. You have music going nonstop that you love. It's just basically anytime something bad hits you, like they're shooting a million lasers, the dark's going to get desperate, and one penetrates and gets you, like, oh, and then you can quickly recover. And that just completely removes all the danger of it. You're protected. And if you do fall, you're going to have people around you who are also healing, who are also putting work, that will lift you up. So this is why I encourage people to go and stock up. Get some food that you can cook. It's a perfect opportunity to learn how to cook. And it doesn't matter how it comes out. If you make sandwiches, it's perfect, right? Like, the point is, you're learning new things. Learning new things is the perfect opportunity. It's one of the best ways to create a shield because it's a focused task and it protects you. So while you're trying to cook, sing some songs, learn how to whistle, do things of that nature. There's a lot of things you can do, but let's stock up on cheaper things that last. So frozen foods, cans, beans, rice. I call it the pantry challenge. I think many, especially in the Americas and Europe, but I think everywhere they can relate, we have an excess storage place. And we look in those places, and all of a sudden you're like, there's actually a lot of food in here. Some of it might not be the healthiest, it's snacky, but if you eat one of those things a day, how long could you last? And they just are sitting there rotting away. You can't go and buy anything new food-wise until you go through everything that you have. That's what the pantry challenge is. Essentially, your fridge might be empty, but hey, you still have a lot of food in the pantry. Is it the healthiest? Right? But you see, you could last so much longer than most people think. They're like, well, I can't. Now, this is where grocery stores, the government, they can make this even easier for us. They can make this a slam dunk in no time. They help us by providing food or sending checks or lowering costs dramatically by 90%. Obviously, we have to make sure that we don't screw over other people. We need to make sure that everyone has. Sharing is caring, guys. Don't exploit. Otherwise, it defeats the whole purpose of this. But freezer life. Things can be frozen. Sure, they might not taste as amazing as fresh, but defrost them and season them and add some sauce and salsas, and all of a sudden something that you thought was not going to have flavor could be incredible. And this is where hey, the people who are chefs or as you're learning, you're embracing the pantry challenge, the freezer life, and you're learning how to cook and you're learning new challenges, be like, hey guys, I just actually took this thing in my pantry and this thing in my freezer and I combined them and it came out amazing. And people are like, wow, that's a new recipe. How cool is that? And now imagine if humanity's doing that in general, and the chefs and the cooks are leading the charge and creating videos and writing stories and talking about what what new creations they're coming up with, and coming up with easy ideas for people who are first just starting to investigate cooking. You see how this could completely change the game. And this is where it leads me to, again, the topic of repurposing. And if you have a home and you have a garage, like how many of you have just literally gathered and hoarded so many resources over the years? You can share with other people, but also just see what you find in there. Redecorate, truly, like just take out things. It could be anything. It doesn't even have to be a decoration, but you can make it one. You decide if it's a decoration. And you can use things, like I said, you could use a box for a chair. You can find a way to just make it like I talked about yesterday or 2 days ago. There needs, as life is changing, if something changes, you should make a clear marker that it has. So, if you always used to wear black and white, tomorrow you're going to wear black and red, just to mark the difference that you're going on a new journey, a new story starting. But we can use things in new ways, right? So, hey, you have a TV monitor. Maybe you could use that as a computer monitor. Just an example. It doesn't mean that you can't use things for their intended purpose, but they have more uses. So investigate that, guys. The goal is, how long can we survive as a species, as a collective unit, without spending on anything? Because remember, money is the game. Money is their game. Money is the game of the system of the dark one. So today's Wednesday. Everyone prepares. Wednesday, October 23rd, Thursday, October 24th, Friday, October 25th. It begins on Saturday. So starting Saturday, October 26th, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 month, 2 months. At least the minimum that we need to do, the minimum, is 2 weeks. Stock up just enough and see if you can survive 2 weeks without spending any money, zero on anything. You can't buy any food, but once you realize you've done 1 week, you're like, wait a minute, I can do 2 weeks. Wait a minute, I can do now 3 weeks. Wait a minute. And all of a sudden, it's like, well, wait, I don't need to actually go outside to the bars anymore. I don't feel like doing that anymore. So prepare, create your paradise. Don't go crazy. Otherwise, that defeats the purpose. Like if all of a sudden you buy a $10,000 couch and chair, well, we lost the plot. But just do enough that you can survive and you can be happy inside. We want to get to the point where we can be happy inside. That's the whole goal, because then we're protected. If we're happy, if we're surrounded by things that we love, then we're safe. Remember, as you start adding things to your inner paradise, remember noise vessels, remember ins. The whole point of this is to not give too many ins, right? So don't go buying 1 million Alexas and things of that nature. Be careful. Can we make it 40 days and 40 nights? This is the ark. This is Noah's Ark. This is the strategy. This is how we win. If they can no longer draw our energy because we're sheltered in place, what can we accomplish? So while we're staying at home, and yes, I'm encouraging you not to go to work. I'm encouraging you, if your company does not willingly participate and temporarily pause everything, they need to, and they will. If they don't, quit, leave. To create progress, we have to destroy the old. To create new, we have to. We have to do whatever it takes. So the dream is that companies and things of that nature just realize that everything's being rewritten and give people leeway. Let's give people leeway. Let's give them an opportunity to heal. Imagine you had 40 days at home, where you didn't buy anything, you stocked up, and now you're learning how to cook, you're learning new things, you're learning how to be creative, how to write, you're reinterpreting this information, and you're sharing your expertise as well. And now you only do things every day that you love, that you enjoy. Some people might call that a vacation, but this is literally work, right? You're going down a journey. You're putting in a lot of effort to heal, to go back to the light. So now that you're aware of that every negative thought and every negative influence that pops up as an ad and things of that nature is fabricated and planted before you, now you can fight back. And you start fighting back. How far could we go? Truly. And then after 40 days, everyone finally leaves and gets back into society. Don't we think that the world outside is going to be completely illuminated? See where I'm going with this? And during that time, because the majority of people now healing, they're in a good spot. They have love, they're protected by a shield, they're light, we're helping each other. So if someone is about to lose, like, you know, that for some reason they didn't get help with their rent payments, which is going to happen, or things of that nature, and they running low on food, you save them, reach your hand out, help them, offer them help, invite them in, protect them from the flood, let them live with you. Be careful, right? Every person you bring in is an opening, is an opportunity for noise and nudges. But if we're all helping each other, we're protected, we're light. We start educating them, we start showing them the way. But just so people know, it's like, obviously the outside, you're open to the dark nudges. If you have a dog or something like that, or if you want to go on a quick run, doesn't mean you can't. But it's calculated, it's planned, right? Quickly, you know, do a brief one, blinders, focus, don't let anything throw you off, and then get back, protect yourself. Again, you didn't spend money. People did that during COVID. They went out briefly and they were okay, and there was truly a virus. Now this one is just the mental darkness that's out there. So let's be calculated in this approach. But anyway, the whole goal is that, you know, in the biblical story Noah's Ark, the goal was we just needed one male and one female, right? Per species, because everyone's welcome. If that happens, that's going to happen. Because we just need, so what do I mean by that? Sorry, I should have rephrased that. Some people might not join us in this mission. They're gonna dig their heels in because they don't want to give up their boat that they never use. You know, for them that's their confidence, and that's how they supposedly get girls, right? So for them, that's their life. They don't want to throw that away in their eyes. But what if 1,000 people did this? 1,000 people no longer were vessels for energy drainage, for the rich, for the exploiters, for the dark one. And they stopped working for these things that maybe they have savings or maybe they don't, but they find a way to survive and the government helps them. If enough people do this and heal, start purging all the darkness, start getting rid of their insecurities, their traumas, start educating and helping other people, start no longer engaging with the system. If enough people do it, we will win. Just like Noah only needed one male and one female from every species, and he knew that he could restart the whole process again. We just need enough people to do this. And what is enough? It's not, don't worry about the specifics. The point is, even if it's 10 people, it's 10 more than we had yesterday. And the impacts are going to be felt far and wide. Energy is extremely powerful. And that's why if people start sharing things online, it's going to radiate. Your light, your energy is powerful, much more powerful than you imagine. Your impact, even if you can't see it, it's happening. It's affecting someone. Especially think about how many people, everyone individually, think about it. If you can't imagine the energy analogy or the reality, think of it like this. If you've ever used social media or if you ever used a website or an app and you've read something or even listened to a YouTube music video, have you liked and commented on every single one? Got it? So how many do you listen to every day that you've never let them, that the person who created it, know that you've read their thing, that you've seen their thing, that you've absorbed their thing, that you might even be grateful of? And I'm not saying that you have to now let them know and engage with it. That's sure you can, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, you've inspired people, you've helped people they've helped you. They have no idea. Countless. Countless. And how many, for example, let's say a teacher decides to play a YouTube music video in a classroom, or read a Reddit comment and got inspired by it, and that's the beginning of his lesson. And there's 20 children, and they now get they're told this Reddit comment, and then they're played a music video that they don't even know what music video it is, but they enjoyed it. You guys understand now? As we enter the Great Hibernation, we enter it as a tiny sprout, a little seed. We're planting it. The whole point of the Great Hibernation, the whole point of creating individual arcs that are all part of the big arc, the world narrative, the new world, is that we're giving ourselves time and support, so that we can actually water the little sprouts, so they can start growing, so they can have little leaves, so they can have little flowers, so it can blossom. There's so much to learn. There's so much to process. I know a lot of these things are going to be hard for some people to comprehend, and that's okay, right? It's a journey. It's a never-ending new journey of understanding. But that's the key. You gotta have fun. You gotta have fun with it. We gotta live. This is literally an opportunity to completely change the world for the better. How exciting is that? You are living in the era you got chosen. You're fortunate enough to be alive during the era where not only did God decide to come down and help, higher spirits are influencing us from the light. Now we understand that how the world actually works. We are finally being free. We've been imprisoned and enslaved by a dark one all this time. And the only reason why we've not fully controlled is because light is battling for us. And it's still been pretty good. And now it's going to be amazing. We have the opportunity to create that, to make that new. If you've ever had a conversation with your friends or family, I wish things were different, even once, now you get to be part of the era, part of history where that actually happened. This is the great spiritual war. This is World War III. But it's going to lead to a creation of a new world. This is the creation of the new world. The last leaf has fallen. The old earth, we're leaving it behind. We're going over here. Begins now. This is what happens when you give everyone time. This is why it's absolutely critical. If you're in a position to give people time, you need to. You're compelled to. You're obligated to give people time. Not out of fear. You're doing it out of love. Help them. Help yourself. Just pause. Literally, just pause. Give yourself an opportunity to also recover, to remember who you are, to reconnect with your higher self, to just become an amazing person, a caring person. Remember, guys, as you start going down this journey, as you're starting to cross the bridge, you're doing the climb to reach the new world, it might take longer than expected. It might. There might be some bumps in the road. All that matters is that we get there. And you have a lot of help. Don't forget that. This journey, this process, it just keeps going on. It's not going to be easy. It's not. But that's why we're learning. Everything you know is going to change. Everything. But as long as we hold on to love, we will survive. So we've walked across the line now. If you choose to do this to me, as you will, be encouraged to, and you will be inspired to, the moment you choose to do this, even just you believing in any of this stuff and exploring it, is you crossing the line. But we as a human species, there's enough people now that have crossed the line. It has begun. The floods are destroying and purging darkness en masse. All the wicked from the old. All the wicked. But we're doing it with a filter this time. You can actually seep through the filter if you embrace love and peace, even if you have been dark. You're not stuck. You're not stuck. Remember, we are one. We're connected, all of us, truly. That's why we need to approach this with an unrelenting pursuit of helping the other person. Nonstop. Heal. Forgive. Forgive heals you. Help others. Teach. Lift them up. If they fall, rush to their aid. We're doing this together. This is how it begins. Our new life. Now, we actually have a choice how our world is going to look like. How exciting is that? Last time, humanity, the gods, they chose this. It wasn't the answer. It worked. Like I told you, it's a work in progress. This time we choose together. That's where the difference is. Last time, it was a select few. This time we do it as one. And we have the right baseline, the foundation of love, peace, and unity that's guiding us. So I ask you, now that you've got your love injection, the antidote to all the problems, what is your answer? Will you join me in doing this climb? Will you join me in the arc? Will you join me in creating the shelter-in-place movement, surviving as long as possible, not engaging with the system, not spending money, so that all of the ends of the dark and the corrupt and the exploitative and the slavers vanish before our eyes, so that we can actually give ourselves time and support, creating our inner paradises to be protected, to reinforce our shield so that we can finally heal, so that we can finally become light. So then, when we all collectively decide to leave our paradise, our castle, but yet we're communicating this entire time across the stars, across the universe, through these tools such as the internet, educating and helping others. When we finally come out and everyone decides to collectively re-embark on the outside world, think about how the outside world narrative will change with the new light. And then we just walk across the portal. And now we're in the new world. And we're like, wait a minute, look at that. Here we go. And during this time, we've also created our plans, our expertise that we're going to share with the world. It's like, well, I figured out how to help the oceans. I figured out how to help the pigs. I figured out how to help this, the economy, the prison, the legal system, the political system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 40 days. That's the challenge. Can we do 40 days and 40 nights? 2 weeks is great. 3 weeks is amazing. 4 weeks is absolutely incredible. But can we do 40 days? Think about how much you could accomplish in 40 days where you spend every waking minute on just being happy, loving, helping others, learning, educating. By the time we get to December, this world will be 100% different. All are welcome on the ark, worldwide and individual. We're going to reach the portal with the sun shining. We're going to enter that new world together, holding hands, dancing, singing. The journey begins now. It's going to be a lot of work, like I've told you multiple times now. But I believe in you. I believe in you. You're not alone. Think about this, though. As we remain in our safe havens, we're going to have time to reflect on a lot of things, on the things that you're learning. We're going to figure out how this world actually works now and developing the new world. But I already basically talked about this. Just to think of it like a bear. You're coming out of the hibernation. And when they come out, all of a sudden they're like, oh, wow, it's bright. It was really cold and snowy and dark and gloomy before. Oh, look, the flood has subsided. You did the climb while you were hibernating. You did the climb in a safe spot. Too many people try to climb while by putting themselves in danger. We're walking the bridge from safety. Dark One can't get to us then. Guys, you have followed the shepherd. A miracle is now born. You don't know what we call it? Deliverance. This is the song of hope, and thus begins the journey of Ark. Amen. This is our prayer. All right, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to talk about the commandments, how to fight fear. Now that we have the covenant of the Ark covered. Okay, we're back. Let's change the music. Let's do it. Okay, let's start recording. Be light. Commandments versus fear. Okay, we're unmuted. Yes, we are. Alright. Script. Okay, here we go. Oh, my tea. Oops. Okay. As we get more comfortable in our roles and who we are and what we know, and we start realizing what is outside noise and negative influences and things that are trying to manipulate us and control us, it's just your entire world changes. At first, you do get overwhelmed. I'm just gonna be completely honest with everyone. It's overwhelming. It's hard. It's hard to know that perhaps everything you know, everything you've been taught, I don't want to say is a lie, but it's just, it was incomplete. It wasn't the full story. You only saw one side of the coin. And it's something that I'm not going to shy away from. And as you start learning and progressing on your journey, especially as we now will do strategy of the arc, the shelter in place, and no longer engaging with the system and no longer spending money to the best of our ability, it's going to be hard as you start going down this path. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be challenging. And if anyone tells you that it's not, I don't need you to get mad at them. I don't want you to fight them. But I want you to give yourself some leeway. I want you to pause. Join me right now in prayer. We need to create a prayer. And we need to remember why we're doing this. What we're doing it for. For who? For what? It doesn't have to have any ritual. It doesn't have to have specific words. You don't have to pray to anything specific. You just need to believe. I think prayer got lost in translation for many people. People got confused because organizations took something beautiful, something heavenly, something majestic, and weaponized it and made it a tool to make money, drain energy, get worship, get power. It's not about that. It's never been about that. And one of the things that's going to happen in the new world is that religion is going to be closely tied to spirituality, and it's going to be universal. It's going to be, there is a higher entity, but it's your higher entity. It's personal. And all beliefs are welcome, because they're just interpretations. None of them are wrong. None of them are correct. There are things that definitely you can, as you start experiencing and you start understanding and you start improving your connection with your Holy Spirit or your God or whatever you want to call it, there are things that definitely are correct versus not, but we'll get there, right? Like, it's a journey, an individual one, and there's a global journey as well. I just want people to know that that's my prayer, is that I want people to merely have faith and believe that the world is improving, that for once we have regained control over our destinies, over our fate. No longer will we be prisoners. No longer will we have no say. We get to decide. All of us as one. We are one. Amen. So with that said, I think of a few songs that communicate such a message extremely well. And one of them, I encourage everyone, it's going to be something that we all should rewatch on a consistent basis. It's a powerful movie and story, Prince of Egypt. Incredible work of art. And that's why everyone should be encouraged to and motivated to create art, because it can make people feel, it can make people believe. And there's some amazing songs in that, but I wanted to focus on one specific one, or two. One, Through Heaven's Eyes. So again, it's your interpretation. It has to make sense to you. Even if, factually speaking, everything that you believe, let's just say for some reason, was not correct. Like there was proof and all that stuff like that, but it worked for you. That's the most important thing. So pay attention to the underlying lessons, not the superficial. That's why we don't need to divide people if they have different interpretations than us. If anything, perhaps we might learn something. It's hard. It's hard to be open to believing that the world is different than you think, but pay attention. So, Through Heaven's Eyes. It's an incredible song, first of all, but it's a reminder that in this new world that we're approaching, the old world is over. Now we are officially starting our journey in the new world, Earth 3.0. And a lot is going to change. Things that you've built and put in a lot of time and effort in are going to vanish. And that's a hard one to swallow for a lot of people. It's not easy. It's not easy. So first of all, let's take a moment to acknowledge that. Cheers. If you feel sad, you feel lost, you feel pain, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not broken. Remember that, no matter what. If you lost everything and you had to start fresh, and again, we're operating and we're talking that you're going to live in a society, in a world where you don't have to worry about surviving if you lost everything, right? You're still going to have a place to sleep. You're going to have food. You're going to have water. You're going to be okay. But perhaps like all of your luxuries and all of those things and the people around you, you might have a completely fresh slate, clean slate, blank canvas. So I ask you, if you spent 33 years building up stuff and you lost it all, maybe you just kept the bare necessities, the bare minimums that you need to function, to do your mission, to progress, to teach, to educate. And I ask you, is your life over? Or has it merely just begun? You know, in many ways, our current obsession with materialism and the climb of the money ladder, we get stuck. We do this climb and we achieve so much. Then now, and this next part, I don't want to fault anyone for feeling this way. It's normal. It's natural. Now you're like, well, I don't want to go back. I already did this. I mean, for anyone who's already read a book or watched a movie or played a game, it's like, well, the second time around, it's not as fun, right? Like, I mean, it could still be a great experience, and a great work of art can be fun. But you're like, I've already done this. I already know it. Ugh. I'd rather experience something new. I'd rather learn something new. So we trap ourselves because of that. Because now we don't want to start a new job, and again, jobs need to be completely reformed. We'll talk about that more another time, but work in general. But let's just say, right, like using the old rules, like a job, or you're playing for a new sport team that you're passionate about, or things of that nature, or a new relationship, right? It's just, you've already been there, you've already done it. It's hard. Do you want to start over? But at the same time, isn't it the most exciting thing in the world? Imagine if it's a new birth. You're born again. So this new world, I want everyone to approach it. And if you can't feel this way, that's fine. We'll get there. But I want to encourage you to approach it as, think of it as you're being reborn. Think of it as you're a phoenix, and your ashes, the old world burnt down, and now everything's in ash. And all of a sudden, though, the ashes start moving, and people are like, "Oh my God, what is that?" And out comes a big explosion of fire, and it's you. You're a phoenix. And then you land, and you lose your wings, and you're like, "Oh man, I wish I could have kept them," but you kept them up here. You have a new mindset. You have new beliefs. You have new hopes. You approach things differently. You see things differently. You're filled with love. You're filled with peace, hope. You catch yourself saying things that you never would have thought. You have just changed. You're a completely different person. You're proud of yourself. You see how far you've come. All of a sudden, you don't care about the money grind anymore. All of a sudden, you want to help people. All of a sudden, that's all you care about. You have overcome all your traumas. You no longer, you still mourn the losses that you've experienced. They still make you sad. You still remember them. You always will remember them, right? You've burned them into your memory. You back them up. But you're okay. Because now you realize, I got born again. I resurrected in a new world. And that's what's going to happen to everyone. We're all going to resurrect in a new world. It's going to be completely different. And some people will stay in our lives and some people won't. And of course, goodbyes are hard. Farewells are sad. And there's a good chance we'll bump into them again. There's a really good chance. But even if you don't, think about it. It's like going back in time and it's like, okay, well, you're going to first grade again. And you're like, wait, really? I'm like, yeah, now all you have to do is learn. You're going back to school. But your school now is at home and paradise. You created it. You're not stuck in a school that, necessarily kids that you don't want to be around or something like that. You make your own school, and now you get to choose what you're learning. And there's going to be a lot of powerful guidance and positive messages. But think about how exciting that is. Now you just get to learn. Now you just get to grow. And well, who knows? Like maybe now you finally you're like, I always wanted to be a singer. Now you can sing. I always wanted to write a story. Now you can write that story. You see, like, so many people focus on, well, I've spent 30 years building up my money. You're telling me that there's a good chance that most of that will lose most of its value? That's not fair. I'm like, understandable. But think about the options now. You're no longer tied down by it. You're no longer imprisoned by it. Anything can happen. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's a powerful reminder, not only for myself, but for everyone. It's going to be a struggle, and there's going to be days that you feel like giving up. There's going to be days that you just don't understand why this is happening. There's going to be days that just don't make sense. But then you remember, wait a minute. Now 99% of my days and hours and minutes and seconds, I no longer have these dark thoughts that pop in my head. When I go outside, I no longer just get triggered. We're healed. And there's no longer darkness that's intentionally trying to manipulate us and control us. We're no longer slaves. You know, truth is, think about it. There's right now a dark being that can even use positive signs, quote unquote positive, to bait us, to engage with the system. And how sad is it that we have to live in a world like that? You know, it's all, I would put it this way. Think about how right now there's well-intentioned people around us that could literally be manipulated to push people to engage with the system. Hey, use Instagram. Hey, use Facebook. Use all these things. Cut off your family if they're negative. All of those are well-intentioned, right? Like, hey, but they can lead to hurt. It can lead to bad, right? Nuance is needed, but that's the world we currently live in. Are you not willing to have a rebirth, do the climb in a safe environment, and go through the portal and find the new world? And finally, you no longer have to worry that you're getting baited. If something is positive, you just know it's positive. You no longer have to worry that there's a designer that is intentionally baiting us to activate events because it's trying to cause problems in our life, trying to create situations that can drain our energy, drain our resources. You know, I think of it like this. What if you encountered, for anyone who's played games, this makes sense. 1 second. All right, let's continue. So, as we were saying, let's take a step back, and we were talking about, right, what happens if you realize that you lost everything and you had that rebirth. We don't really see our position in the grand design, in the grand scheme of things. We just can't understand it. We just can't comprehend where we belong, where our rock falls in place in the stream, in the river. It's just, what if your rock is the thing that changes the flow of the river? Instead of going straight, it goes slightly left, and because of that, it provides water for all the people who need it. If your rock wasn't there, the water would never reach those people. Do you see how you might be the most important piece in the entire puzzle? You can't possibly see that, and that's because of human limitations. But those things above us, those things around us, they see that. They know what you're doing. They know what you're capable of. Believe. And that leads me to the second song. What happens when we believe? The infamous line, what miracles can we achieve when we all believe together? Yesterday we talked about belief and how just if you think something and you, for example, if you get given a diploma, are you now smart or intelligent? But before that, you're not. So I want everyone to listen to the song, When You Believe, from the Prince of Egypt. Sing it, feel it. You know, it talks about how hope is hard to kill. It is, because no matter how many times they try to bring you down, no matter how many times you fall, you will still rise. We all will rise. But that is what we need to do as humanity. It's the answer. We literally answer together. We sing together. We join together. We believe that we can create a new world. We believe that we no longer will be enslaved by those exploiters and the Dark One. We believe that we can do the shelter in place, the ARC, love revolution strategy. We believe we can accomplish all of those things, and we will. It's that simple. There's no but, ifs, or maybes about it. It's not a question. It's simply, if everyone believes together, we will accomplish it, because people actually will execute on it and do it. The people who don't believe, they don't execute, they don't do. And for every person you find that's like that, you need to wake them up. You need to help them. That's the goal. So there's one other song that I think that everyone can listen to get some inspiration and hope as we approach this game-changing stage in our life. And that is the Don Quixote song, The Impossible Dream. In many ways, what I'm doing right now, what I'm working on, could be argued to be an impossible dream. And I ask you, why? Why is it impossible? Who said it's impossible? It's not. We make the impossible possible. If there's even a 1% chance that it's possible, then it's truly possible. And I'm telling you that it's possible. Everything we've talked about not only will become reality, it is becoming reality right now as we speak. The energy that's being put into this, I think that's why it's so important to create art and educate and teach, is going to permeate and spread and spread and spread and spread. And just as you get light nudges into your head that encourage you to do certain good behaviors, you're going to ask yourself, why am I feeling encouraged and nudged to do certain things or believe certain things? And that is what this is accomplishing. So, but you can help me. You can help me by spreading this further. If you listen to this, I don't need you to like it. I don't need you to comment. I don't need you to do anything of that nature. But just take the information, learn it, sing it with me. Sing it in your household. Sing it to your wife. Sing it to your friends. Sing it to your pet. Get them to realize how important it is to heal, to love, to live in a circle of peace. We follow that star, no matter how hopeless. No matter how many interruptions that are intentional, calculated. So just for everyone who's watching this and who will observe this later, just remember, everything that happens is not a coincidence. It's calculated, it's planned, it's intentional. By the good and by the bad. Everything. Keep that in mind. So that leads me to, obviously, we are the ones who make something seem impossible. And it doesn't mean that just because you want it, it will happen, right? Like that's not what I'm saying. We have to believe. But if someone just keeps fighting you and keeps refusing to be open to it, well, there's nothing you can do then, right? Like if they don't want to open the door, you keep knocking, you keep singing, you throw little pebbles at the window and say, hey, I want to sing you a song. Please, I want to sing you a song. Let me sing you a song. Can I sing to you? You know, can I sing the first love song that we ever sang together? You know, like, hey, to my wife, like, un siglo sin ti, si te he fallado, te pido perdón, es la única forma que sé. And she doesn't want to listen, well, then there's nothing you can do. But if they listen, then they wake up and they remember. So that's why I said, just because we deem it as impossible doesn't mean that it is impossible. But we are reliant on the other person, even as noisy as they are, or if they cause problems. It doesn't matter, right? Like they have to be open to it. And that's something that is a hard pill to swallow. And as we all enter the arc, some people will be left behind. That's their choice. Remember that. We are going to do everything possible to save them, to help them, to drag them into the light, to protect them from the wicked purge that's going to happen. But if they choose to stay there, just remember, that's their choice. We did everything possible to help them. We explained it to them 100 times. We helped them. We reached out. We put in the work. We healed. We forgave. We made peace. We fought with love. We loved our enemy. We loved our enemy. Let's talk about loving our enemy really quick. No matter what happens, if you love your enemy, they are no longer an enemy. Now, they still think they're your enemy, but they're not an enemy for you. You are at peace. You have forgiven them. You're calm. They're not. They're completely consumed by the dark one. If they can't forgive, if they can't love, it's because they are being influenced and controlled by the dark one. And you have to feel sorry for them. You help them, you try, you do everything possible. But remember, like we said, if they're stuck in a household that everyone around them is also primarily dark, they're trapped. You put your hand out, you're like, please get out of there, try your best. But at some point, you have to ask yourself, and it's not about, we talked about this yesterday as well, it's not that you refuse to, you don't want to burn yourself to help others. That's not what it is. You're doing everything you can to help. But at some point, how much more could you help if you just boost yourself up? You become full power, you become full strength. And now you just are helping the world. Trust me, if you start helping 1,000 people and that one person still refuses to see the light, well, who's missing out? But if you was only focused on that one person, eventually you would probably succeed because you believed, you kept working on it. You know, if you put all your effort and energy into it, you most likely will succeed. You will turn that one person around. But in that same effort, in that same time frame, you could have saved 1,000 people. It's not the prisoner's dilemma. It's just at that point, if they're not motivated, if they don't join the dance when 1,000 people are dancing, you have to ask yourself, do they even care? Do they even have light in them? Right? At some point, you have to ask, like, why can't they ever be good? Why can't they appreciate love? Are they actually one of the dark commanders? It's that simple. And I don't think that's heartless. And that's where, you know, the Wish song, Knowing What I Know Now, there's a line that says, I used to be nice and now I'm something else. It's embracing your dark side and mastering it and making you stronger. Don't be afraid of it. You're not hurting people. You're doing light actions. You're loving. But at some point, enough is enough. We have to say collectively no more. So that leads me to, it's a warning, but also a remembrance that there's beauty in it. Your trusted steed. Your trusted steed. So pets, things around you, they can help you so much. They can literally snap you out of things. You know, my dog Leon, he's protected me so much. He's been by my side when I had nothing left. He's been here throughout the whole journey when no one else was. He's the only one who has seen everything that I've experienced. The incredible, the scary, the amazing, the horrific, the beautiful, the magnificent journey, the story. He's seen every leaf that's fallen. Yet, what if I told you that even though he kept me going, he pushed me, he nudged me along, he made me remember that I have to not only take care of myself, but take care of him as well. That's also how I learned that the Dark One can get an in through your pets, through your trusted steeds, through the people that you think you trust the most and love the most. They could literally be the in, because they can't get to you otherwise. You're too strong now, you have too much shield, you have too much light. They literally targeted him. Because just like me, he was going through his own things, right? He was going through his own problems. So just remember that. Literally. The people closest to you are going to be the ins for the Dark One. Don't forget that. And don't get baited, right? Because as you call them out, and there's going to be conflicts that arise, remember, don't get into a conflict. That's not the point of the game. Let your trusted steed help you. But if something happens, just remember, call it out. Be like, hey, right now you're being negatively influenced. But don't stay on it. Just point it out. Be like, hey, just so you know, this is what's happening right now. And they'll realize it. Hopefully it snaps them out of it. But if it doesn't, well, you guys get to see it live. How does it feel that you guys get to witness everything that I'm talking about live? You see, like, I just want people to pay attention to this. This is what it does. This is how it works. Everything is a carefully fabricated machination to stop you from doing what you want to do, from stopping you from being in your flow state, from stopping you from being at your best. And now, doesn't mean you can't handle, you can't recover it, but just think about it, guys. Every time that you've experienced something like this, you most likely blamed yourself. It's not your fault. There are things at play. So, let's get into it. Imagine that the designer, right? That's why they create these problems in your life. Because what if you realized that you could actually reach the end of the game by just walking straight through a wall, through a tree? Like, for some reason, it was basically invisible. Like, it looked like it was there. It was an illusion. It was fake. Like, you could just literally walk through and then you reached the finish line. But supposedly, before you could reach that finish line, you needed to go through 6, 7, 8 doors that had challenges, that had years of experiences, of journeys, of situations. So you figure out that you could walk through that tree or that wall. You realize it. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think happens when someone realizes that they don't have to engage with the system? That the system is a lie, that it's an illusion, that everything is fabricated, everything's manipulated. What are they going to do? So the designer hasn't had time yet to patch that bug, remove that exploit, that thing. So instead of removing it or fixing, because they just can't, they don't know how to fix it yet. They're like, crap, if everyone realizes that's playing this game collectively, think of it like life is a game, right? We're all playing the designers, the dark ones, this is a designer in this case, game. And now we all come to the realization that we don't need to live by money. We don't need to be enslaved to companies. We can work on our passions and our creativity. And everyone just quits. Everyone stops paying for things. The government's like, wait, why are we charging people? We don't need to do that either. Like, money, we could literally just put whatever number we want. And like, banks could literally just add zeros, millions of zeros to everyone. Nothing would happen. It's literally just, it's fabricated. It's a game. It's imagination. So, but they realize that. They're like, oh crap, they're going to catch on that literally money is an illusion. It's nothing. And it's just, as you're typing in right now, that's money, right? But if they make you realize that that's the case, that money, they just created it such a way so they can drain your energy. But if you catch on and you stop playing the game, then what? They need people to play the game or the whole thing breaks. And if the whole thing breaks, well, guess what? Then it has to be rebuilt. So that's what we're doing. So, but since they can't fix it, they literally put a sign saying, if you touch this tree or if you touch this wall, you're going to get electrocuted, or this is going to happen, something bad. They try to create fear, right? They try to make you believe that there's going to be punishment. So they condition people. In the previous journeys, the previous adventures, the previous experiences that you've had, to believe that anytime you see a sign, it's the truth. It means that, hey, if I walk through this door or touch this wall or this tree, because the signs never lied to me before, this bad thing will happen, so I should trust the sign. Do you see how easy it is to literally manipulate people, to control people? All you have to do is show them a sign 3 times, 2 times, and if they've listened to that sign, they're rewarded, or it was correct. Like, hey, go left and you'll avoid problems. And so they go left and then they look to the right if they would have gone right, and they see literally a car crash. Boom! It'd be a fake car crash, an illusion. They're like, oh my gosh, thank goodness I went left. Then the next sign says, if you go right, you're going to find love. And if you go left, family members get sick. You go right, and all of a sudden a girl comes up to you and is like, hey, would you want to go on a date? And you look left and you see another family mourning and crying because their grandpa's in a bed sick. You're like, I need to follow every single one of these signs. They know what they're talking about. So now the third one is, they're like, oh crap, here he goes. Oh no, this is the love. This is it. And someone tells them, like, me. I tell you, I'm like, hey, this is the final level. This is gonna be the final level. You can reach paradise right here. I know they tell you you have to work for 60 years as a slave to reach paradise. Don't do it. It's a lie. It's like the sign says right there, if I work until I'm 65 and get my white picket fence in my house, and I just keep going to work every day, wake up 2 hours early to put on makeup because my appearance matters, and I have to drive through traffic because I have to, and I have to do whatever my boss says because my boss knows, and I have to be respectful. Authority is the most important thing. Well, I'm going to be rewarded. And I'm like, nah, don't do it. Just watch this. And I walk through the tree and I walk through the wall. But at the bottom it says, warning, do not touch the tree or the wall. So you ask yourself, why are they warning me not to do something? Like, why are they trying to stop me? Why are they trying to encourage me to do that? And I just walked through and I reached the end and they're like, oh my gosh, well, he must have got lucky or something like that. Or all of a sudden I'm telling them this and then someone else comes up to us while we're having this conversation. Is like, hey, don't listen to this guy. This guy's the problem. This guy's evil. This guy is not a team player. This guy is literally trying to keep you away from us, from the good people. So I just got smear campaigned because I'm trying to tell people, like, hey, just so you know, like, everything they're telling you right now is not true. Everything that they're saying about me, everything that they're saying about the world, everything is a fabricated illusion. It's not real, and it's all for their own needs. Otherwise, you would never try to stop someone from improving or figuring things out. What I want people to realize, if you struggle to believe anything that I'm saying, is that ask yourself, why would they force you to spend money to take care of you? If you want to help someone, it's not conditional. You just do it. If you care about someone, you don't go to the legal system to try to punish them, period. If you do that, you just don't care. And if you claim otherwise, it means you're full of bullshit. All those systems are just there to exploit people and punish people. And it's all a lie. You were literally conditioned and manipulated. You see how easy it is? All it takes is 2 times. And some people are like, well, 2 is not a pattern. So then, okay, you need 3. They just have to do it 3 times and you believe. Think about how easy it is to literally control or manipulate anyone. If you guys don't believe, I could do it to you. Should I start doing it to you? Should I use their tactics against you? That maybe finally make you guys believe and understand what's going on in this world? What do you want to be manipulated to believe? Anything. I'll make you believe it. Here's a quick one. In elementary school, 1st grade, I was already learning these tactics. Like, truly, people were teaching me these things from such a young age, which you should ask yourself, why? There was this girl, having lunch with her, and my mom made me a hard-boiled egg. And I told her, she was like, what's that? I'm like, it's a hard-boiled egg. And I guess she had never seen one before, which is fair, right? Like, if we don't know, we ask. Well, we should. Curiosity. Curiosity is amazing. And I tell her that the yolk in the hard-boiled egg is an eagle brain. And for some reason, she believed that I had credibility. So she was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're eating an eagle. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, eagles did nothing to you. Or like, it's an eagle brain or an eagle baby, a baby eagle's brain or something like that. Point being, she believed me. Ask yourself that. How many things were you conditioned to believe? Think about it like this. You're born. And this mug, someone tells you that this mug is yellow. I'm born, and someone tells me that this mug is blue. Or another friend is born, and they tell this mug is blue. And then I'm born, and someone's like, okay, hey, just so you know, this mug is white, but it has paintings on it. So we all are given the same mug on birth. We all live different lives. Someone grew up staying in their hometown the entire time. Someone grew up with a rich family, rich parents, so they only like this person was in a farm town, small village. This person, rich family, just got to see more of the world. But then there was me that just explored everything, poor, rich, many different countries, saw so many different perspectives. And I thought that this mug was my sacred treasure, right? All three of us were chosen. We were basically experiments, and we were chosen to understand what a mug is. I mean, this is basically the story of me and my siblings, by the way, just so you guys know. And I was chosen as the one that gets to explore everything. So then when we get together, they have their mug. And I ask them, I don't tell them that I know what the mug is, right? Or I don't tell them my answer, but I ask them like, hey, I see you have the mug. What color is it? And they tell me, oh, one of them tells me, mine is yellow. I'm like, oh yeah, mine too. Cheers. The other one, I'm like, hey, what color is your mug? My color is blue. I'm like, oh yeah, mine too. I know that my mug is not their color. But what if actually I'm wrong? But what if they're wrong? Do you guys see, like, you could literally tell someone a completely different answer, condition them the entire time, keep them in an environment that makes them believe that their mug is that, and they won't ever question it. You guys see how easy it is to completely manipulate and control someone. You telling me you don't believe that the Dark One, knowing that they have these forces, and now they educate and put certain key position people in positions of power, that they can't do this to you, that they're not doing this to you at every second? Got it? If you have the ability to take a step back and be like, ask someone, hey, well, what's this? And you don't give them the answer, but you know that you have a different answer. That's when you ask yourself, well, wait a minute. We think and fully believe two different things are the same. So who's right? Do you guys see like where the problem is? But I can be like, well, all right, well, why do you think it's yellow? But I also now know that, let's say my sister thinks it's yellow, my brother thinks it's blue. So now I know that they both think that it's something different. So we have three different answers, but I'm like, wait a minute, you're convinced it's yellow, you're convinced it's blue. So then I have to look up like, what do I know is yellow? What do I know? You see what I mean? Like, you go down a very interesting path where you just realize that if someone decides to condition you, indoctrinate you, and program you a certain way, like your computer or like your PlayStation system, you can install things on it. You can literally install faulty programming in someone. You can literally install viruses in someone, and they would never know. Just truly, if no one wakes them up, no one opens their eyes and tells them, hey, by the way, everything you know is wrong. All right, you can play the Weird Al song. But if you don't do that, even then, they're still going to resist it because they're like, that's not possible. But what if I just literally got them together and I'm just like, they never talk about the mugs, because why would they? They don't care about it like I do. But I'm like, hey, sis, do you want to show me that yellow mug? And then my bro's like, wait, what? I thought I had a blue mug. Wait, that's blue. What are you talking about? And I'm like, actually, guys, it's white. And it has paintings on it. What happens? You shatter every single belief that they have in them. You basically are now opening them up for being rewired. So dark can do this for bad, or light can use it for good. But at some point we have to ask ourselves, all of the things that are in place in our life around us, how much, here's another example. Imagine that there's a boy. His name is Sirius, the Star Child. And he's been asleep for hundreds of years. And the world has changed so much around him. And he's the destined child that will bring a new future, a new world. He creates it. He has the power of creation in him. So this child, he needs to be conditioned. He needs to be taught how the world is. So whatever he knows, whatever he pushes, whatever he writes, whatever he sings, whatever he talks about will come to be. So what would both forces try to do? They would want to create the world their way. They want to make it their way. So dark is going to nudge him and pull him towards one way, and light is going to pull him toward another way. But what if, let's say, light or dark, either one, or maybe just both, agree to a general world? They finally came to terms. They're like, okay, this is what we're going to show him. So, because when he wakes up, we're going to have to start teaching him how the world is. So they basically create a theme park. Think of it like Jurassic Park. And it's on rails. Let's say there's a little car that they're driving, and there's a guide that goes along with Sirius as he's navigating this theme park. And they stop every, let's say 2 minutes, and there's a new spot. And each spot has an example of how the world is. The first stop has, it educates him about racism and equality. And it says that if someone is white, they are better than black people who have maybe yellow skin tone or darker skins, like Latinos. And he's like, he just woke up, remember that. But let's say he's a genius, he's smart, so he can understand language and he can speak, but still. So he asks questions. He's very curious because that's who he is. He's a very interesting child. And he's like, wait, why is white better than black, yellow, and brown? The guide is absolutely appalled that this is already failing. Why is he asking this question? He's supposed to just take the conditioning and the brainwashing at face value. Actually, that's not the case, but they wanted him to believe that whites are better because they're mostly white in this town, this area, and that's what they chose. They're like, okay, we want the whites to rule, so we need to tell him white. White is the problem, or white is the king. But he's already questioning. He's like, oh, let's just move on. Let's move on. Next, there's a man with his boy that are literally leaning against the wall, and they have broken clothes and a trash bag and things like that. And he's like, okay, these people, Sirius, are homeless. Homeless people are lazy. Homeless people are evil. Homeless people are bad. They are the scourge of society. And he's like, what? So wait, why are they that? And he's like, because they don't contribute. They're not working. And he's like, but why? I just don't understand. What does that make them bad? He's like, don't question things, Sirius. What is wrong with you? He's like, okay. So then they move on to the next stop. And it's a big building. It says Tech Company X, Tech Company Y. We build AI. We build social media. We build phones. He's like, these guys? Serious? These guys are the gods. These guys are amazing. They're incredible. You want to work for these guys. And when they ask you to work 80 hours a week, you do it because that's how you earn your value. That's what makes you worth it. If you don't do that, you're a homeless guy. You're scourged. Remember that. You need to work 80 hours. And if you don't, they're going to hit you with a belt. They're going to threaten you. And they're doing that for your own good. Remember that. It's not because they want to rule the world or anything or control everything in the narrative. No, it's because they're worried about you. They want you to be at your best, right? And God rewards people who work hard and slave away for a company, right? He wants to drain your energy. Oh, so you didn't hear that. He's serious. He's like, what? What? This is so confusing. So they can hit me? I thought hitting is bad. Wait, why is that okay? He's like, this is going terrible. What is going on? We were supposed to condition him and brainwash him. Why is he resisting? We literally worked on these fabricated illusions and for decades to prepare for this moment, to brainwash him so that he will create our ideal world of slavery. What is going on? What is happening? And we can keep going, right? The point is, you develop these scenarios. I mean, you could even there's two women that are just sitting there knitting. That's this fourth station. And there's a man there that's overseeing them. And she's like, what's happening here? And the man says, hey, so these women were destined to create these rugs. And they've been working on them ever since they were 16. and they won't stop working on them until they're 65. And he's like, that's a long time. He's like, well, ideally, we used to want them to work, or they used to build them until they were 75, and we only give them 10 days off a year. And he's like, so literally just work nonstop on this until they're 65 and 475. But why? So why only 10 days and why 65 now instead of 75? He's like, oh, that's an easy question. And the guide is like, please don't answer this. The guy, the man doesn't listen. He's like, because we lost too many of the women when we only gave them 9 days off. Too many of them died. Too many of them rebelled. Too many of them fought back. Too many of them died when we made them work till 75. Their performance was too slow. They didn't, it wasn't worth it anymore. Like the cost benefit analysis, like just wasn't worth it. Serious. Like after 65, their energy is just too low. They slow down too much. So actually they are a hindrance. And especially they can't recover fast enough with 9 days. Like we'd have had to give them 20 days for them to continue working 66 plus. So we'd rather lower the age for children. Instead of like 18, we lowered it to 16 so we could get their energy. Like, oh wait, you didn't hear that. Sirius is just like, what? So wait, like they were dying, they were rebelling? Isn't that a warning sign? The guide is absolutely terrified. He's like, this cannot be happening. He wasn't supposed to learn these things. He wasn't supposed to understand that every system that's put in place was put there for a reason, that it was fabricated, that it was created to literally trick people, all so that they can continue being slaves, but they can't realize that that's the case. Like, they were supposed to be born in a situation and raised and educated and put into a school, which is basically just to brainwash them to believe that, hey, I need to continue living this way. This is how it's supposed to be. This is good. This is very good. It's normal for me to wake up and spend all day working. That's normal. Didn't have no energy for myself. That's absolutely normal. So do you see, like, and we can keep going. Think, okay, because why not? Think about a religion. He sees a Catholic symbol, he sees a Protestant symbol, he sees Hindu, he sees Buddha, he sees Muslim, all of these things, and they're like, you know what? Let's make Catholic the one. And literally, it's in the circle, and the guy tells him, he sees all the signs, and in the circle is the Catholic symbols and teachings in the Bible, and he's like, that's the one. That's the one that's good. The rest are heretics. And if you see them, you need to destroy them. And he's like, but why? I actually think the symbol for like the Buddha guy, like that's kind of cool. Like he just seems cool. And he's like, oh my gosh, why did we do this with a child? Like, why? How can he just be so foolish? Like, why doesn't he just take it? Why doesn't he just believe anything we're saying? How can he resist this? No one else has ever resisted or questioned why it has to be this way. Why does he, like, what? Who is he? What is this? Do you see, guys? Every topic, work, politics, economy, religion, race, every single appearances, what's beautiful, who's lazy, who's a scumbag, who works hard, what's good, what's not. It's all conditioned, programmed, brainwashed into you from the beginning. If they're not teaching you all of it, if they're not giving you all the information and be like, well, these are the 7 religions that are currently in place, but we're creating a new religion that isn't about names and labels. It's more so about the connection with the Holy Spirit and spirituality, and just it's about loving, it's about being good, it's about helping each other. That's the religion, that's our faith. And we're going to reconnect with our God. But everyone can define it for themselves. But we're making something new. But you see how now it changed. Now it's open. What if you're taught from the beginning? It's like, hey, we're all equal, by the way. Every place has their unique tradition and culture. So we want to encourage you to, when you meet someone new or from a new place, learn about them. Ask them to make their song, make their dance, experience it, see it. It's awesome. And then if you should absorb some of it, take what resonates with you and learn from it. Become a sponge. Grow. Imagine if we were taught and raised like that. But instead, ask yourself, why is there a set curriculum put in place by the government and systems? Why do you have to learn specific things? Just truly begin asking yourself, question it. Why are you taught from the beginning to never question things? That you must listen to the authority figures no matter what? Here's the best thing. If you gain everyone's trust, if they trust you and you trust them, like if you're a teacher or a leader, and you create an open room for dialogue, most people are not going to interrupt you. They might once in a while, but they believe you because they know that if they do speak up, there can be a conversation and everyone can share their opinion and their thoughts and their beliefs, and it's peace, it's progress, it's growth. So anytime that someone tells you to be quiet or sit down or shut up, or just that's the way it's always been, pay attention. That's a huge red flag. With that said, people overcomplicate everything. So I hope that didn't overcomplicate things for you guys. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break and then we're going to continue. Okay, let's get started again. All right. So, let's start recording again. We definitely got sidetracked, but it was for a good reason. Okay, here we go. So, it's not the song. Let's do Moonlight. I always like Moonlight. Okay. So, on our journey to learning how to fight fear, to developing the commandments against it, to becoming a rebel leader, to understanding the process and developing a repeatable approach to create warriors of light that understand the darkness, that understand what's going on in the world, that understand who's exploiting us and who's on our side and who's not. There were certain things that we learned that changed everything. But the key, obviously it makes sense if you think about it, it's fighting fear, but you just can't be afraid. It doesn't mean that you're not going to experience darkness. It doesn't mean that you're not going to experience challenges. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get baited. What it means is, because people are like, well, of course, well, that's simple. Just don't be afraid, right? Then that's how you fight fear. But I mean, you need to take the driver's seat. You need to become the driver. You need to be the one deciding the direction that everything is going. No longer can you let other people control your narrative. And yes, if you let the dark ones nudge you all the way, you're letting them control you. Take inspiration, but make it your own. So I want to tell you a story about, well, two things to think about. Because as we learn to fight fear and we get to the specifics, it's understanding how the game of life actually works. Because we've been talking about how the world works, but the game of life is interesting. Because as we said, there's those entities, those things, those people around us that have so much power and control over us, as we just discussed: conditioning, programming, indoctrination, easy tactics of manipulation that you can use to make someone believe something that's not the case whatsoever. It's all an experiment, right? And essentially, it's all a simulation. If you think about it, it's like, hey, if we do A, B, C, we can make them believe this. If we do A, B, D, we can make them believe that. So one of the things that I want you to pay attention to is, as you start progressing in your journey, as you start crossing the bridge, pay attention to the people that you lose and pay attention to the people that get into your life. Pay attention to the people that try to force themselves into your life. It's dangerous. It's something to pay attention to. It doesn't mean it's always bad, but ask yourself, why is that happening? It's almost as if you're on a path, and the moment someone completes their mission, the moment someone completes their purpose in your storyline, they leave. They're gone. They're out of your life. And I think most of us can relate to it with friends, but just really think about it. Be like, hey, they kind of taught you everything that they could. They can't really help you anymore in many ways. It's like So if you try to reach out to someone and it's just they're not really responding a lot anymore, it's probably a reason. Think about to the level of manipulation that the current design is. They're going to now introduce new people that they want in your life. And that's where I have a problem with it. That's where I drew the line, because I realized that because of the nudges, because of the influences, because of the control that dark has, they're like, well, and light is going to help you too, right? So sometimes you actually, you might be trapped. You might be imprisoned with someone was put there to keep you dark, to keep you trapped. And, they might literally have stolen your kid, and they might literally be manipulating everyone around you, just be a bad person, and their entire family, your in-laws, are absolutely corrupt and narcissistic and abusive. And there's just nothing you can do about that, because everything that they're playing every single game, and that's my reality. That's my truth. My wife and her family are abusive, or my in-laws. They've manipulated and fabricated everything. They're agents of darkness, of the chaos, and they've literally weaponized my son against me. And they've stolen him, and they've taken him hostage, and they use all the systems to do so. And what can you do? Because you don't understand the game now. You just don't engage with it anymore. Period. That's the game, people. Don't engage with the system. The game wants you to do so. So think about that. They've served their purpose. If you just move on, the problems vanish entirely. 100%. New old people get dropped. New people come into your life. It's almost like if no matter what happens, you're going to get the tools that you need. And you want to know why that's the case? Because light is helping you. So dark is causing all these problems. Well, guess what? Light is going to counter it. But do you see, why do we have to live in a world? Why do we have to live a life that literally light is desperately just trying to help you counteract all the bad things that dark is creating? Why can't it just be, hey, everyone can just thrive, everyone can just live, everyone can just be happy, and there's good nudges, and they don't have to take everything. They don't have to be stuck, right? What if people remembered? What if people remembered who they actually are? What if they finally said, enough? I'm not going to be stuck with my abusive mom who's literally abusing me, who's keeping me trapped, who's keeping me down. What if I just finally can be free? I'm going to return home. I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to believe. I'm going to remember. I'm going to care again. I'm going to be loving. I'm going to be peaceful. And all of a sudden things start changing, right? What if we help people remember who they are? Why can't light just do that? Why does dark have to be literally keeping someone trapped? Everyone can decide for themselves, but why can't we decide for ourselves? It's an example that should excite you, but also terrify you. Think about how easy it is to, again, manipulate a situation where the new iPhone comes out and you have people that will line up for it. And you ask yourself, why are people lining up for it? You're going to be able to get it regardless. You can just literally go to that Apple store and just order it, and you can get it delivered pretty much a few days after. Ask yourself that. Why? Why? Why is that the case? It's terrifying. It's horrifying. They nudge people, certain people, essentially controlling them, to line up for it. And they will continue to do so every new phone. And they'll get their friends to do so. And it's basically so that every time you walk by, you see that the phone is in high demand. So now you created the need. You're like, well, I'm going to go online and I'm going to get a phone. And guess what? Now you've got a phone. Ask yourself, why was that specific item? Why is it that specific store is being pushed, being encouraged, being... You know what I mean? Now that we know that it's a noise vessel and they can literally get you to believe in something that is not the case if they can just nudge you enough. That's the whole reason why they want people to be attracted to phones. Why do you think so many people line up for it? Why do you think everyone talks about it? Why you don't need a phone. I mean, we've grown reliant on it, right? There's sure there are benefits like, hey, your brother comes home and he needs you to like open the door or something. Sure, if you don't have, uh, you know, text set up on your computer or something like that, then how do you do that? But there's always a way, right? There's always a way around it. But maybe you just turn it on briefly. But if you think about it, why do we need access to the computer at all times, basically, in our pocket? There are benefits, right? Music and stuff like that, but couldn't you just use a Walkman, right? Do we see like it's scary? It's scary, especially thinking that now we know that there's systems in place that literally fish for your weaknesses. They try to discover what it is that will cause a trigger, that will cause a vulnerability. But then there's also things on the light side that can give you the correct answer. Truly, I just want people to know, if you develop your spirituality and your connection with your higher self to the point, it can get to a point where I can literally be like, all right, hey, let's say I didn't even look, and a magician like put a ball inside a cup, like 5 of them, 10 of them, 20 of them, 30 of them, whatever. And I was just like, okay, hold on. Give me a second. It's going to take me a little bit to decide which one it is, but I'll figure it out. And he's like, okay, 30 red solo cups, and you'll know which ball or where's the ball without even looking. I'm like, yeah. Let's just say that it's possible. What do you guys think about that? That's the world we live in. Now imagine if there's people that unlock that power, that have it, but they realize that they don't want you having that. What do they do? Anyone who talks about spirituality or does something of that nature will literally be punished, mocked, called mentally ill. Why are they not educating you on that? Do you see, guys? Like, and you just eat all the dessert out the palm of their hands. When are we going to say enough? That's why we're learning how to fight back. So one more story really quick before we get into the specifics on how to fight back. And I call it the signs of the past. There's 2 explorers, and they're trying to understand the world. They live in a village. Think of it like one of those like ancient Aztecs, or think Tarzan and stuff like that. But there's humans, but they're a civilization that doesn't have access to a lot of technology. They can write, they can communicate, they can draw, but they're fairly limited. They have farming animals. Definitely much more primitive than ours, current state technology-wise. Doesn't mean that they're not good or intelligent people. So this explorer and his friend are extremely curious. They're just like trying to understand the world. They're like, something's off. Like, what's going on? Like, why can't we figure this out? Like, how did we get here? Like, who was here before us? So they're just constantly on the hunt. They're digging, they're exploring. But the elders in that village are constantly telling them to be quiet, stop asking questions, stop exploring, stop trying to figure out the world. What are you doing? Because they've already written a book. They call it the Bible or the history book. And that's what they teach in school, their planned curriculum. And they're just like, something seems off. Like, we went outside and like we saw something like a material or an object that is not in any of your books. So are you lying to us? Are you telling us the wrong thing? And the elders, of course, get furious at this, and they punish these explorers constantly for even implying that they were going to be lying. So eventually the explorers just decide to do it in secret, to go on a mission and explore. And they start digging. Because they're just compelled to do this. And as they're digging, eventually they find something that they don't recognize yet again. And we will know it as a can. Think of it as like a soda or pop can. And they find a wrapper. And you're like a gum wrapper. And they're just like, what is this? They don't even know what it is. They don't even recognize it. They're like, whoa, this is so cool. So now they're like, there's something here. The two explorers just keep digging. They keep literally dig deeper. And they uncover a whole buried ancient civilization, a city. There's buildings. But it looks different to them. It's broken down. There's walls. There's concrete. Like there's cracks everywhere. It got covered. It got buried. But they're literally like, what is this? Like the can? They think this is like something magical. The wrapper, they're like, whoa, it's plastic. But they don't know that. They're just like, this is amazing. And as they keep digging, eventually they have cleared enough dirt and enough ground that they entered one of these buildings. I mean, there's no roof or anything, it's broken down. And on the walls, there's a drawing. There's some stars, there's some trees. For us, we would recognize it as chalk, but they don't know. And they're like, oh my gosh, our elders talk about hieroglyphics, about paintings on the wall to communicate. This is what this is. And we now, as humans, knowing what we know, recognize those paintings and drawings as dinosaurs. There's dinosaurs drawn on the wall. There's a long neck, there's a T-Rex, and there's written text that says dinosaur. These explorers go back and they tell the elders, and they get furious. They get punished. Why are you doing this? Do you not care about us? Why are you trying to ruin people? Why are you trying to corrupt people? They're like, but guys, maybe everything we know is wrong. We discovered something. Eventually, they manage to escape the imprisonment and the punishments, and they get other people on board. And they take them over there, and the other people see the dinosaur drawings and the pictures and the trash and these artifacts. So all of a sudden now, enough people saw it and opened their eyes, and they're like, oh my God, wait, the world is different than we actually thought. So they come back, and now the elders just can't do anything. They just can't, because everyone now realizes that everything that they've been taught was a lie. So now they can't do anything. So what ends up happening? Now all of a sudden they're like, well, the previous people before us were dinosaurs. That's how they look like. They had long necks. They're a T-Rex. Like those were clearly the people that wandered the earth before us. You know who actually were before us in this example in the story? It was us, our current civilization, current version of humanity. We went too far the wrong way. We got buried. We ended our civilization. And these people were the next version of us. The new game, a new save file, the sequel. And they uncovered us. And they literally now thought that we were dinosaurs because of a child's drawing in their room. And now they went back and they built a museum with all of our trash, a soda can, a plastic wrapper. But let's not forget, the elders, now they're trying to claim that they are the reasons that this got discovered and this got found. And of course, they had no currency for this. They decided that, hey, if people want to check out the museum and learn about the dinosaurs, that they're going to charge people for entering and getting access to this forbidden knowledge. And that's how the cycle repeats. And just like that, the loop begins. Now, money is created again. All of a sudden, now they're in control of the information in the story. And it's all bullshit. Like, they didn't even know what was going on. They didn't even want to know. They saw an opportunity to capitalize, and now they're like, well, we need people to clean the museum. We need people to work. We can't have you investigating more stuff and disrupting this. This will be the current narrative. This will be the status quo. This is how it's going to always remain. You see? Like, when are we going to say enough and no more? It's time. I'm just thinking about the same thing. Like I talked about it earlier, but they uncover a phone, and it's somehow turns on, like they're just messing with it, and then it activates an AI app, and then it creates an image in front of them. They're like, "Oh, this is our god," and then it says, "Hi, I'm Siri. I'm listening." Guys, it talks. Whoa! You guys see how easy it could be for someone who's never seen something before. Like, imagine your great great grandmother from the small farm town comes back to life and now experiences all our technologies today. She'd be completely astounded and impressed with everything. She'd be shocked, but she could also think that it's like godlike or magic or the devil. We have become so accustomed to our surroundings that we forget to look at things with a fresh perspective. So, you know, this recording I've made a few mistakes. And I wanted to explain how that happened. Partially because I deviated from my original plan, but partially because actually there are now influences in my surroundings. I am now not the sole navigator. There's other, like we called it in the previous episodes, game masters. There's now other light and dark influences here, which means that they're actually nudging me in certain directions. And I should have caught that. It's just fascinating when you think about it. It happens to everyone, even someone who's 100% aware of it. I went down paths right now that I probably shouldn't have, and it's okay. It's going to be fine. I didn't make anything major, but I just want people to realize that how easy it is to walk down paths that you shouldn't have. Truly, and if anything, I'm glad it happened, because it's a lesson that even someone who's 100% aware of it and I caught it. I'm like, oh, do you see how sad of a reality in life that we have to live? That even knowing 100% what's going on, you can still be like, oh, you're kidding me. I just got stabbed. Are you really okay continuing to live in such a world? So let's get to it. How do we fight back against fear? So the first thing that we need to think about is safe zones. That's when I talk about building your castle. So think about there's an area clearly defined, Mark. So your area. And like I said, try to make sure that it's your inner paradise, that it's just mostly you. When you're in that area, you're safe. Every so often there's going to be a huge attack. Every so often there's going to be small attacks. But when the huge attack happens, you need to be in your safe zone. It's 100% necessary. So let's say it happens once a day. If you're not in there, you're going to get destroyed. You're going to get triggered. You're going to get affected. It's going to be problematic. So think of it as almost like a timer. Pay attention to the warning signs. Catch it. Pay attention to the openings. The small attacks, those are easy to dodge. You can dodge left, you can dodge right. Whenever they come, you can just be like, laugh at them and reframe them. But here's the thing that I want everyone to pay attention to, is that the little enemies, the ones who poke you, the ones who cause problems, they have shields in front of them, right? So they try to bait you into actually attacking them, to go after them, to focus on them. But why are we playing that game? Like, the truth is, the day-to-day issues that we encounter and face, they're pointless. They're worthless. They're meaningless. They just don't matter when you think about the big battles that are going on right now. So don't get distracted. Don't attack them. Don't focus on that. It's exactly what they want. You know, it's not. Every so often you might get teleported somewhere else, right? Let's say I use the word teleport, but like you get into a little conflict with your brother. right? And it's your mini fight. And hey, maybe that he does a big pull against you. All of a sudden, you're like, "What's going on?" You hide behind a pillar so that out of sight, out of mind, is like so you can get some recovery. But do you see, like, all of those are distractions, and you have to ask yourself, why do they want to distract you? If you really have to, if you really have to deal with something bad, or if you really, 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 really have to experience those things, you need to be fortified. You need to be fortified. You need to be shield yourself. So prepare for it. Get strong. I call it popping cooldowns, but listen to your theme song. Do all those things that we talked about yesterday to boost up your shield. But just joke, have fun, laugh. Because once you overcome that small battle, whatever it is, if you got caught in that fight, when we win, every time we win against a dark nudge or a dark enemy, you get what I call a burst of energy, fearlessness. So sometimes actually confronting them briefly, if it's that you can win, is powerful. But please calculate it. Don't let free ins happen, because you put yourself at risk. But it's timing. It's all about timing. It's a calculated play that creates an incredible transition that you can then use to deal the finishing blow. Just remember that as you start dealing heavier and heavier blows against them, the barrage is going to increase. Be prepared for that. They're going to try everything they can. So this is why you just have to keep adapting. You gotta keep shaking up. Don't only do one thing. But if you are doing things, just make sure that you always are in your safe zone. Because that way you avoid the big attack. So I want to talk again, something that's just respect. It always comes down to respect. We have to respect our foe, the skill and talent that they have. We're not afraid of them, but we have to recognize that they are good at what they do. But here's where you flip it on them. I commend them, truly, with full well knowing everything that they do. They still sometimes get to me a little bit, just un poquito, but I'm better. Here's why I know I'm better. It's not ego, it's not being crazy, it's not any of that stuff. Don't let anyone tell you that. It's because we know. We see through it. We recognize the plays, the acts that's happening. We might, we miss it. I'm like, we catch it. And that's the sign of true master of anything. And you see it happening. You know it. So if you have family, if you have friends, or if you're willing to be a hero in this regard, sometimes leading the charge and attacking can be extremely powerful. If you're strong right now, attack. Lead the charge. Be relentless. Because you know what's going to happen when you do so? You start drawing in all the threat, all the attention. The eye of Sauron is on you. If you can handle it, if you know the techniques to recover your shield, if you know the techniques to heal, how to forgiveness, love, all those things, I'm like, bring it on, baby. Keep coming this way. Because guess what that does? It creates openings for everyone else. They're so focused on me. They're so focused on you. They're so focused on them that everyone else can just go. Let's go. Everyone else charge. They have no chance. That's why we need to do it together. That's why we need to become all as one. Who said you need to actually taunt someone to get them to focus on you? Be careful, though, when it gets quiet. Sometimes the darkness might just merely be submerging. They left a trap for you. don't stand in it. Because yes, it's a brief moment of reprieve and silence, but if it emerges and you're standing in it, you're going to be absolutely annihilated. You need to be careful. So let's talk about the lessons. This is where it's going to get a little bit more fun. That was just the preamble. That was setting the tone. But there's a few lessons that we can use to fight back. Number one, I call it the bottle dance. It's a powerful tool to reset your darkness, to heal yourself, to snap out of it. So I want people to think about it like this. It's inspired by Fiddler on the Roof. I highly recommend everyone to search it on YouTube or something and then look up the bottle dance. And essentially, it's a group of people that they put a bottle on their head and they're trying to balance it. And they can't drop it. Now, I'd literally recommend doing it or make your own version of it, but you can use a plastic bottle or something like that, or something that's not going to shatter and have glass everywhere. You're not looking to hurt yourself. It's just you're taking the underlying lesson, the value, the benefit of it. Don't cause yourself more problems than you need to. But essentially, because we're focusing on something so much, you can't drop it. Right? Like think about like those people when you're holding an egg. It's like, don't drop the egg with a spoon. It's the same thing, right? You're adding in challenges. You're shaking it up. You're so focused on that challenge, on that task, that it keeps the negative mind attacks at bay. Super powerful. Don't forget about that. When you're focused on a task, you create a challenge, even if it's completely arbitrary, like, hey, can I drink this in 3 sips? 1, and you keep doing that. That's a humongous technique that you can use to fight back. So then, number 2, you can't make a mistake if it's an experiment. What do I mean by that? It's easy to try. It could be anything. If you're experimenting, well, you're just trying to see what the result will be. If it doesn't work out, you just know not to do that. Period. You're like, well, I'm going to make fried rice today, but I'm going to use these 6 seasonings and I'm going to boil it like this. And it just didn't work out. Well, guess what? And who decides if it works out to you? So if it just tastes weird and you're like, ugh, not good, you can still eat it and you can improve it, right? Like it's really easy to fix things. All it takes is problem solving. This will lead to adapting, but you can add butter, you can add extra seasonings, you can warm it up, and all of a sudden you can actually fix something that was broken and now it works. So but let's focus on actually how we fight back. So when you're focused, again, focus is the key. When you go into an attempt, whatever the attempt is, so that's why I call it an experiment, with a set purpose. So it's like, hey, let's say right now I'm streaming and recording, and I'm like, my set purpose for this is to see how much I can cover in 1 hour. That's my set purpose. Now I'm focused on that. So now I'm like, okay, 1 hour. Here we go. It changes things. Another example. What if I told you we have to make a soft-boiled egg, but you aren't sure about the timing and the heat and the water? So first attempt, let's try 3 minutes. Let's see how the egg comes out. You're prepared and okay to accept if the egg turns out horrible, because it's an experiment. You can't fail or make a mistake if it's an experiment, because you're getting a result that you then can use. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, none of them were a failure. Doesn't matter if it's good, you're getting closer. That's what matters. Number 3. Well, before I get into that, just remember with the experiment, guys, focus on each attempt. Focus on the approach. Change things up. See what happens. So after today, I'm going to be really curious to see what's going to go down. What's going to happen, right? I'm going to see the results of my actions, the results of my attempts, my approach. And now I know where the good things are, and I now know the warnings, and what I need to avoid for tomorrow, you learn. We learn from our mistakes. Super important. So, number 3, with the experiment, if something is too hard, like there's a lot of resistance, or it's risky, and you might get hurt, that's a warning. Are there actually other ways? Are there actually other ways than what you're currently doing? You never want to get to a point where you could lose permanently during an experiment. Because again, there's no mistake that it's an experiment. We're just trying to see what happens. But if something terrible could happen, like you're trying to cut an apple, and you're using a really wobbly, not sharp knife, and you're trying it, and the first time you do it, like the apple like rolls off and like the knife falls out of your hand, that's a warning sign. If it's too hard or if it's too risky, don't do it. Don't do it. Pay attention. Pay attention, guys. The whole point is you need to see new results from your attempts. If something is not working out, so you're trying it and you can't reach it or you can't make it, try different methods, right? But we're focusing on then what the results are from that, because essentially think of it as like it's a computer program, and the dark ones, have designed it in a certain way. So if you do X, Y will happen. Now you're like, well, every time I do X, Y happens. What happens if I do this? You see something else. They might not have even designed a response to your actions yet. You might be ahead of them, but be careful because they catch on quickly. Lesson number 4, reliance. Reliance is dangerous. We talked about it before with the tools, but for me, for example, I love singing. I'm a great singer, but I need lyrics. I'm getting better. I've recognized my reliance and my weakness, and I am aware of it, the things that I'm reliant on. But that means that I can't sing at my best without a lyric video on either my phone or TV. That's one of the ways that fear can get in. Be aware of that. Reliance. If you become reliant on something, like for example, let's say that you did every single sales meeting where you crushed it with alcohol. So you did a shot of alcohol each time. And that helped you. It really did. Like, no, I'm not lying when I say this. Like, let's say it helped you. What happens though? Now you're afraid to do an attempt to try to sell without a drink. So think about that. That's called reliance. And that you have to, by understanding what you're reliant on and what you'd use, you understand areas for improvement. You understand where you can experiment and where you can try. You want to get away from the reliance as much as possible. That's the 5th lesson. The numbers don't matter. Here's the next lesson on how to combat fear. Learn something new. So for example, learn a new song. If you like singing, and you just heard a new opera singer, or you heard a new musical, a new Broadway, even if it's something that is not like your favorite song, just try learning it. Because if you're feeling fear, or you were overcame with that sensation or anxiety, just start learning something new. Be like, you know what? I've never cooked this before. I'm going to start cooking something. I'm going to bake something new. I'm going to investigate a new topic. You know what? I want to understand how computers are built. I'm just going to start researching it. And you start going down a rabbit hole and researching it. That lesson, that learning, basically, you're creating an experiment. Think of it as Here's another one. You're making a new recipe, a new way of making your egg. You shook it up. You're adding different seasonings. You're using different heat. You're using butter instead of oil. And then just name it. Give it a name. Labels are not important, but it's not for you. So I'm going to call this egg and because I am half Mexican, I'm going to say the huevo special. It doesn't matter. And then you can even start telling other people, like, hey, do you want the huevo special? And they're like, what's the huevo special? I'm like, oh, it's my egg with paprika and Italian seasoning and salt and pepper. Like, oh, the huevo special. And you might not even catch people starting to say it. Yeah, I want the huevo special. You see, like, stuff like that. You do it for you, but you're fighting fear. You're making it special. You're believing in yourself. Here's another lesson. Remembering love stories. It heals. Basically, going back to love, right? But writing it out. I know. We've talked about this before, but just good memories. And create your dream girl. Create your dream love if you haven't fallen in love yet. Make them. Write them. Put it in your heart, in your soul. Because the physical can change, right? The physical can change. But your love, your dream, your vision, that's always with you. No matter who you are or where you're at, that love can stay there. And if you can activate it on will, the power of imagination, of closing your eyes and picturing this, yes, you can say that, why are you living like in a dream world? But it's a defensive tactic. It brings you back to love. It brings you back to hope. Remember that. It's like, I remember when we held hands the first time. I remember when do it. I'm serious, guys. Write it out. Our first dance, our first song, our adventures, how we met. All of those things. Role playing is absolutely incredibly powerful. Stories. It makes people feel things. Traditions. Like where would you dream to retire with your girls? Like, well, I want to go to like a beach place, Zihuatanejo, like in Shawshank Redemption, things of that nature. You start picturing, you start imagining, you start feeling it, and then that fights back against fear, because the biggest antidote protection against it is love. We're going to get to this, but progression is the lesson. Remember how far you came. Whenever you're in doubt, whenever you're feeling fear, just remember literally your journey. So that's why there's benefits to writing things out and being like, this is day one or step one. So let's say you made a video recording or a stream or your thumbnail, and you look at your very first one that you did 2 years ago. Now you look at where you're at today and you're like, oh my gosh, look how much I've learned. Look how good I've gotten. Look how, like, even just a few weeks ago, I couldn't even do this. I couldn't just talk like this. And you're like, wow, progression. I mean, look at that. I used to have to play every game on easy or normal. And now I'm playing it on hard with my eyes closed. Now I do add extra challenges because it became too easy. And you're just like, wow. So stories, memories, pictures, videos, something that lets you pause and be like, how far did I come? For a lot of people, this is why we're moving away from a society that's relying on resumes, because you're more than a resume. You're you. You're amazing. But sometimes just writing down on a piece of paper all of your accomplishments and what you've achieved in every single thing that you've done. Like, hey, when I worked at this place, when I was at school, I accomplished X, I accomplished Y. And do it for you, to remember what you've done, how good you are. It's like, well, wait. And then you look at this piece of paper and like, wow, I'm absolutely freaking amazing. Really, it makes people realize that even if it's not, like, whatever you're doing, even if it's not the best play, even if it's not the best tactic, you can correct it, right? You can always correct things, but you have to keep going. No matter what. Like, I made a mistake on this recording, and sure, that's frustrating, but you just keep going. Just keep going. As long as we keep going, we can't lose. We have to keep going. This goes for everyone. And you just see, like, I mean, my first video that I ever tried recording years ago, my first attempt was nowhere near as good. It was great, and because I had already put in a lot of work and preparation. But guys, if you saw my first attempt on trying to stream or write something out or do this, I hope you wouldn't judge me too hard, right? Because we shouldn't be judging people. We should be encouraging people, and it's all relative. We have to remember where that person was when they first started. But now you just get these reminders. You're like, wow, I've improved. Look at that. Now I have backgrounds. Now I have light. Now I have this. And it's a beautiful thing to see the journey of progression. Just see all the discoveries that you've learned, tactics, the approaches. It's just, and also the best part is you start understanding what works for you, because, hey, just because this is my approach, you're like, I like that. That's his background. I like this. I like that. But, if I were him, I wouldn't use AirPods. I would use a headset. Well, I don't like that. So if that was your approach, that wouldn't work for me. Don't get lost in the details. That's the lesson. Don't get lost in the details. Sometimes, even with my own notes, we get a little lost in the details as we're learning tactics to fight back against things, but it's okay. Remember that the ninth lesson is learn from those who have done it before you, even if you might know a lot. Take new stuff. There's a lot to learn from them. There's a lot to learn from every single person, because they handle it a little differently. And once we learn to learn from others, we can grow like no other. That's such a great way to combat fear, which is we're not relying on other people, but we trust them to guide us, to help us. And we're not doing it alone anymore. We're doing it together. And you can find lessons everywhere. You can find lessons from a flower. You can find lessons from a light. But learn from everyone. And tying this to this is just, we need to remember how to avoid burnout. And being burnt out opens us up to fear, because also now we're not performing at our best. And that's a good reminder that, that we need to stop soon. So we need to recharge. We need to recover, no matter what, every single day. Sometimes we might want to rush it. We might want to get back into the game before we're ready or before we should. And sometimes just taking a step back and pausing so we can bring our best performance is significantly better than anything else that we could do. As we're investigating how to avoid burnout, we need to figure out what is actually bringing us down. Is it a person? Is it an event? Because again, remember, there's nudges, there's influence. Is it the fear of failure? Is it lack of growth? Like, what is it? What is it that's actually causing these problems? So this leads me to the identify system, right? Like, you start identifying it. What is it that's causing fear? The ideal that we need to be number one. So understanding self-pressures, understanding expectation versus validation. We need to get to a point where we're not worried about the throne. We're not worried about the glory. We're just having fun. We're experiencing the journey, playing the game. Yes, there's a lot on the line. Now that we know everything that we know, we're playing the game. We're treating it as an experiment. Now we're in our safe castle. It solves burnout. And that also, we can identify the fear triggers. We're almost done. And then we're going to stop, because we're realizing that it's that time. We're making mistakes, and that's okay. But we're going to finish this part, and it's been a great day. We've communicated what we needed to, and we've realized that we've learned our mistakes. So as we are in groups and as we're participating with other people, one of the things that creates fear is lack of clarity. If we're in a group, do not just call out, X needs help. Something's going to happen to him. Because now it shifts our entire focus to that. And if everyone's focused on that, it leaves openings here. So now it can be used as a tool to bait darkness, to look at the wrong thing. But if the other people aren't as fortified or shielded, it leaves them vulnerable. We need to remember to focus on our role. What are we good at? Who are we? What do we do? If one or two people can focus on that person and know that that's their job, how they can cover, we can get help. Covering for other people is important, but we cannot all shift our focus. Another tactic to fight against fear, I call it crowd control. The pause, the breathing room. We can't expect other people to do it if we didn't ask them to, or if we didn't assign them to do it, because the majority of people are not leaders. So if something can literally stop people or stop an enemy, it gives us time. It gives us time to recover. It gives us time to think. It gives us time to recharge. This is why, as we start recapping and getting to the point to finish tonight, this is why we need to create the arcs. This is why we need to go down that path, that mission of the shelter in place, of believing, of acting that way. Because if we can stop things temporarily, if we can stop engaging with the system, if we can stop getting nudged by the dark, and people can actually heal, then we have time. Then we can make progress. And that's what's going to happen. That's what will happen. So I ask you, please join me in creating this arc. Join me in saying no more. It's finally time to cross that bridge and walk into the portal. It is time to survive as long as possible without spending money, without engaging with the system. Take that risk. Government, companies, I ask you, please help us. Help the people. We need your help. We need everyone's help. Everyone matters here. We can't do this alone. We have to do this together. Are we finally going to say, this is it? It's time for a new world? Everyone has a job. Everyone has a role. We all need guidance. And remember, as people fall or get hurt, we need to help them, protect them, stun the darkness that's trying to get to them, block them, slow them down. Just a few seconds, just a few minutes is enough to break the hold on them. Just something that snaps them out of it. Because mind controls, brainwashing. If someone loses their shield and their health gets low, they can truly become mind controlled and brainwashed. And the dark in them will amplify their strength. So all of a sudden you're like, how is this person so brutal, so strong, causing serious damage to everyone around them? They're yelling, they're insulting, they're attacking. That's the curse. In 1 minute, they could cause 7 people to be triggered. The moment we see someone get possessed or controlled, we need to all rush instantly to stop that, to eliminate the fear, to bring light back into it. We'll throw the light at them, snap them out of it, because they get stunned. And this is, again, we need to remain calm, clear communication. If you're going to do something, make sure that you tell the other person at their next, like, hey, I got this moment. I'm going to play music for him. Can you then help do a memory session? It's powerful. Can't end the night without talking about gratitude. We need to be grateful for those who are still fighting with us. They could have given up on us when we were mad, when we made a mistake. They're still here. We need to forgive. ourselves and them. Yet, remember the same thing applies to you. You could have given up. You're still fighting. Despite how much of your life is being uprooted as you're learning this information and you're changing your approach and you're learning new things and you're opening your mind to possibilities that you've never considered before. Never forget that. Give yourself some grace as well. Another lesson to fight back against fear is that we can communicate in many ways, people. Much more than verbal, body language, written. We can use signs, we can use breadcrumbs, we can use pictures, we can use music, we can use animals, we can use differences, food, leaves. Everything tells a story. Once we learn to see it and we remember how to communicate, our spiritual guides, our higher entities, we can learn a new language. And once you achieve that, don't sell yourself short. Think about how incredible that is, that you learned how to communicate with something unseen. And that goes the same with your allies around you. Create your own language. Figure out, like, hey, if I leave this glass here and it says this, you know what it means, right? That way, dark can't get through. They won't understand, and eventually they might catch on. And still, it means you're ahead of the game. You're controlling the pace. You're the driver. Here's another one. The power of listening and taking a step back. This is the one that I needed to listen to right now. I should have taken a break, but it's okay. This still came out amazing. To lead, we need to follow. It's a paradox, but it's true. Let each person do their duty. I can handle certain things and you can handle certain things. My brother can handle certain things. Your friend can handle certain things. Your mom can handle certain things. Let them focus on their role and on their task. Let them thrive and let you thrive. Stop trying to do their duty and their job, because at the end of the day, yes, it can work. And you'll do it fine, but it would have been better. And much more progress would have been made if each person focused on what they're best at. Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Let others help you be reminded of what you need to do. And if you need help, ask for it. There's a lot that's going to be changing in the coming days, the coming weeks. And you remember all of these lessons, pauses, etc. Hear what is actually happening to be guided. Sound carries help. Feelings. Quiet. Noise, it doesn't help. So quiet the noise, the ins, the outside influences, and then you'll finally be able to see, hear, and experience. Be open to hearing new things. Be open to experiencing new things. You might be surprised at what you find. Here's one for you guys. The bonus lesson. Check this out. I left myself a reminder, a note, because there was additional information that was out of sight that I would have forgot about, and I truly had forgotten about, but because I wrote down something that was going to help me. So too many people would hold themselves accountable, like, why would I need that? It's just like if you talked to your dad about a really good memory 6 years ago, and you're like, well, yeah, we talked about that like 6 years ago. And I'm like, do you remember it? Did you remember it until I brought it up right now? No. Help other people remember it. You have to constantly refresh it and bring it back to mind. So leaving breadcrumbs and little helpful reminders for yourself and for other people is extremely powerful. And no, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with thinking that way. Absolutely not. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. So leave clues. It helps you not miss things. Here's one that's really powerful. You assign the interpretation. Even if it's wrong, you can use it as a reminder. as a checkpoint, as a benchmark, as a guidepost. Pay attention to signs. Because yes, there's one that's trying to create fear in you, but one that's trying to help. But think about like if you're cooking a crepe, and it's all of a sudden, or an egg, and it's hard to flip. Perhaps it's not ready. Perhaps it's not ready to be flipped. It needs a little more cooking, right? Or maybe then it gets some bubbles. That's ready. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it just meant that it's bubbling, but you view it as it's ready. You're like, ooh, when the bubbles happen, it means this. If the crepe is hard to flip, it means this. You see how you assigned the interpretation? You are the one who gave it meaning. Do you see the difference? Like other people are like, what? No, just time it. 4 minutes one side, 3 minutes the other. You're like, well, I can cook on feeling and experience alone because I pay attention to those signs. That's how we can combat fear. Because now we're no longer relying on things because we create the meaning and we interpret it differently. So if I'm like, well, if I grab a pen, it means that I'm on the right track. All of a sudden, like you're sitting here and I grab a pen, I'm like, oh, I'm on the right track. See, like people are like, are you making it up? I'm like, no, once you start creating that for yourself, also now that's how you can communicate better. You're creating your own language with your higher entity. Now you guys understand each other. It's something that's own personal. And Dark is going to try to figure it out and copy it, but you're just like, that's not the case. Like all of a sudden you got nudged to grab a pen when you went to the bathroom. You're like, yeah, no. That's the game we live in, people. Think about it. Cold butter, hard to cut. Should you be cutting it? Maybe we should melt it a little bit. You can still cut it. But this is what we talked about earlier. Like, if there's too much resistance, is it a mistake? It's a minor mistake. You're going to cut the butter. Nothing's going to happen. You're not going to get hurt. But, that's something to think about. Could have been better. Could have been a better approach. But this is good enough. Yes. And that's the key takeaway. Even if it's a mistake, even if it could be better, even if sometimes it's correct for you because you learned it this way. The other correct method that other people tell you might be hard for you. The way other people do laundry might not work for you. It's something that is very liberating once you understand it, is that pay attention to signs, but just because it's a mistake for them doesn't mean it's a mistake for you. And that's really hard to process because we think that there has to be one way, and there's not. There's so many ways. That's why this is not the exclusive guide. This is not the be-all, end-all. This is the foundation. This is the template. A lot of powerful lessons in here. Pay attention. Take what resonates and make it your own. Be inspired. Think about you're outside. You're going to walk or you're going to run and you do nature. And you decide that, when talking about checkpoints, benchmarks, guideposts, how could you find your way back home without GPS, without a map? Maybe you realize that every time you see a waterfall, this is your own system, your own compass. That's where you start running. And the waterfall means run to the right. Now, if you see a red tree, it means stop. Take a breather. Relax. You see, you can make any sign whatever you want. Doesn't mean that was the intention of the light or the dark. But you can rewrite it, rewire it, and make it something for you. And that's the strongest way to fight back against fear in the current system, is that they're going to send you a lot of signs that are trying to cause you harm and problems. But if you can take control of the narrative and make it something for you, it's like, well, every time they send, they know that I hate poop now because they're trying to make me pick up dog poop for some reason. And you're like, every time I see dog poop, I'm just like, oh, it reminds me that I should clean the bathroom. It's just a good reminder now. You see, you can change everything. You can make it help you. Doesn't mean it's easy, especially if it's a trigger. Just remember, mistakes and risks, you have to avoid death and major harm. As long as they don't result in that, that's the answer. Can you recover from this? So all those people who try to make you feel bad for not being like a daredevil and doing crazy antics, I'm like, don't listen to them, please. Like, think about why they're encouraging you to do crazy antics. You know yourself better than them. Doesn't mean that sometimes it might not be good to try something, right? But if you try it, if you like jump from this cliff and jump in the water and you're not a good swimmer and you're also just don't really jump a lot, there's a good chance you're going to get hurt. There's a really high chance that was a dark nudge to try to hurt you. So for people that are like interested in finally trying this ARC method and this love revolution, quitting your job, going through all your money, especially as we are going to move away from a society that relies on money, is 100% recoverable, especially now that the world is changing. What do you have to lose? It's a new journey. It's a new opportunity. It's a new path. It's a new story. It's a new rebirth, right? Like, hey, I'm finally born again. I can do anything I want. If you literally want to play video games for 16 hours tomorrow, you could. I believe you should do many other things as well. But you see what I mean? Like, now you're fully in control of your narrative, of your storyline. You no longer are engaging with the system. You no longer are constantly being nudged outside by the system. You're still going to get some. They're going to get through to you, right? That's why we're eliminating our ins. But you're no longer afraid of quitting your job because you know that now it just means new opportunities. It means new hope. It means a new life. It means that you're starting your path, your progression to healing, so that you finally cross that bridge and make it to the new world, a world that we create, a world that we decide how it works. Don't be afraid. That's the key. I know we talked about that. It's like, it's as easy as don't be afraid, but what did I say about that? I forget now, but basically, as long as we drive, as long as we understand what's happening, we can survive. I shouldn't have turned back to that. You see, like, it's okay. Final lesson. 2 more, actually. Stacking properly. Grouping up as one. So think about it as even as simple as Tupperware. Plates. It saves space. Putting things on top of another. It opens up new possibilities. When it seemed that everything was we didn't have any more room. So do you see how we can change a negative into a tool? So think of it as like water or a flood. It can change, like we stacked our cup in water while we were in the sink while we were washing the dishes. And maybe the water filling up normally could be viewed as a bad thing, but it actually angled the cup differently, so that now that we don't have to hold it and make space so that we can clean. You see, like, the point is, don't write things off before even trying them, before seeing what you can accomplish if we just work together. And if everyone does this, by everyone I mean even just a few 100,000 people, the world will change in a heartbeat. And I think it's hard for us to accept that and respect that, but positioning, not forgetting multiple dimensions, height, width, spiritual, they all matter. It's not just one. Choosing the correct angle, viewing things from different approaches. Now, if we forget something, I've forgot so many things. I've missed so many things in this last recording. But here's the best part. It still might come out great. We're so afraid of trying. We're so afraid of being like, well, what if I quit my job? What if I work on this passion? What if I actually write these stories and make these videos and make these art like the Star Diplomat is recommending? What if I spend all my time now healing and just surrounding myself with love and light and peace? What if something bad happens? But I'm like, you're gonna forget things. You're gonna make mistakes in your day to day, but it's gonna come out great. It's gonna come out great because it's better than yesterday. Progression. You know, maybe you forgot butter in the crepes. It's still gonna taste good, and if anything, just put more syrup, put more jam, add some sugar. You know, there's always ways to improve things even after they come out. Hey, this recording, I might actually have to edit it a little bit. The other ones, I don't. But at the same time, why? Why do I need to edit it? It's perfect as is. It's great. It's good enough. It gets the message across. It communicates what I wanted to. Just because I didn't perform at my best doesn't mean anything. You see, like, that's the dark nudges. That's the fear. I'm going to leave you guys with this tonight. Be proud of yourself, or be proud of others. Or let's start with being proud of others first. Compliment them. Point out what they're good at. Point out how far they've come. Remind them. You lose nothing lighting another candle. You lose nothing lighting another candle. But even though we're lighting millions of candles around us, this is a reminder to myself. This is a reminder for you. We need to be especially proud of ourselves, what we're doing, what we're accomplishing. We have completely eliminated fear, talking about things that no one has ever been willing to talk about before. We've gone where no one has gone. And now I ask you, are you willing to do the same thing? Are you willing to finally join me in this new world? We are making incredible things happen, but I can't do it alone. We need to do it together. Everything I talked about over these past few days, and there's still more, I haven't finished, but the gist of it is out there. I'm proud of you guys. I believe in you. You're incredible. You're amazing. You've always been. And we've let something convince us otherwise for far too long. But you know who needs that reminder the most? Ourselves. We need to remind ourselves every single day of that. I'm talking to myself right now. What up, dude? I'm Star Diplomat. You did great today. Just because you slipped a little bit on this last recording doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. You know why it happened. You know exactly why it happened. You know what caused it. You got nudged. It got to you. You caught it. And you fixed it. And you recovered. Released great information. I'm proud of you. That's what we all need to do daily. Just remember, you would never have had the balls or the courage to talk about these things even just a year ago. 2 years ago, even less. You were worried about your hair. You were worried about how you looked. You were worried about being overweight. You were worried about talking about sales, something that you were an expert in. You were worried about talking about hiring. What would they think? And now you're exposing and disclosing how the world actually works, despite the majority of people being too afraid to explore it and understand that, hey, unless we finally accept that this is reality, that this is the world that we live in, that we're literally being manipulated and exploited for their own gain, for their energy, for their money, by not only physical people around us, but a dark entity that has literally got its clutches in everything around us. It's going to continue then forever. So that's why today is it. No more. Deliverance has arrived. The shepherd has guided you. We've done it. We've succeeded. We've made it happen. We've given the guide, the foundation. It's complete. From now on, everything we add is just, it's not decoration, but it's just making it even better. The foundation is built. People have all the information they need. The call to action is made. Join me in creating the arc. Join me. I need your help. We need to work together. We need to create a revolution. We cannot accept this any longer. It ends today, Wednesday, October 23rd. Remember, Thursday and Friday are preparation days. Starting Saturday, it begins shelter in place. By choice, by love. We're no longer afraid. Make it happen. And for people who are going to struggle a little bit in starting their creativity journey, here's one for you. bonus tip. The power of reusing. I know we talked about reusing things around you, like go into your garage and see what you find. But just in general, you might have written down something amazing a year ago. Read it, rewrite it. It can save you time and energy, and everything's an energy game. It might already be the answer. And with that, we're going to stop for tonight so that we can bring our best. Don't forget, guys, you're amazing. I love you. We won.